Hello. I am back, and I have a friend. Nope, this way. We're back with sprints, and we're gonna have the game, but I'm gonna let my friend here introduce herself.
Hello, I am Esther Marie Andujar. I'm a Puerto Rican writer aspiring to be a hybrid author. I also write under Mireya Navar, which is the name that all my paranormal romances go under. So if you are looking for a little bit of spice and a lot of blood, check out Marina the Vampire, and soon the witch and her shadow is gonna be, out and about. Um, if you kind of like want to get a sneak peek, the first 7 episodes are on Kindle Vella for the time being. So if you want to check it out, you have the chance to do that. Besides that, everything else that I do, I cannot share it.
Because she has secrets.
I have way too many secrets.
And I have to wait. I can't even read anything about your witch yet. It's so sad.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be working on Marina episodes. The work that I needed to do for Sally is already done, so I can
Yay.
just get into Marina, and I'm just itching to just finish. I'm so close, but so far.
That's fair. That's fair.
Mm.
Well, I guess I'll introduce myself because I have other people, and that's what everyone else does. But my name is Dolores Medill, and I um, also write under Sarabia Medill, erotic romance. And if you're wanting to read some of my stuff, I do have a Surrealist story on Reem and Kofi called Hunger's Desire about a insatiable vampire and an insatiable succubus who are able to find happiness with themselves, and it's during a holiday twist. So there's holiday times happening. Eventually, we're gonna get there. But if you go to Reem, the first 2 episodes are free for followers. So yeah. And under Dolores, I write some poetry and hopefully traditionally publish at some point, but we're focusing on the erotic romance right now. And I also do games if you're interested in that on a different side note.
Yes.
Uh, let's see. We have JC coming in super early with the eyeballs. Early bird sitting in the front of the class. Esther being like, sorry, not sorry. And then let's see. Esther, you know that I know how that is. And then, hey. JC said she's not going anywhere. And then she said hi to me and hi to you. And love a good secret. You guys all have secrets. All of you. Everybody has secret pen names.
Yeah.
So close, so low. That's what she said. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes, for sure. You know, though, I've never written that phrase, though, in any of my things.
Me neither. Me neither.
I think
That's what she said has not show up of any of my stories. None any of like the pet things, like nothing like darling, beautiful, good girl, good boy kind of thing.
oh, yeah.
Not yet. I don't think none of my characters seems to like to
I
say that or get to.
I actually love pet names, but I like to use them as like a travel through an arc. So like
Mm.
they'll start off calling each other one thing, but by the end of it, they have a very like affectionate term for each other to like show that progression of name. Calling like Sebastian and Katya will have that, especially her, because what, you're on episode 6, so yeah, she calls him partner, or just vampire, like that very like line in the sand kind of thing.
And eventually it's gonna be like, where is the line?
Yep, no line. What are you talking about? It got blown away with the dust. Because I may be writing holiday romance, but we are not anywhere cold. It is in the inspired by my surroundings, but not here in Arizona. Like, or maybe I don't know. It's in the near future, so who knows what boundaries and state lines are, whatever.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Oh, I thought Dolores meant she's never written I'm so close. That is what I meant, but Esther said something else that I also agreed with.
I also have never written I'm so close.
No. Nope. Me either.
No, because most of my female characters are assertive, so they're not gonna tell you I'm so close. They're gonna demand you to get them there.
Yeah. No, I mean I haven't written any full on humans. I've been within the like paranormal supernatural world, the serialized stories, paranormal sci-fi future-ish, and then Project Blasphemy universe is like supernatural with demons and angels and stuff, because technically the second coming of Jesus is like half human, so not fully human.
Well, also Marina and Nathan has not done that. Like when I say slow burn,
Yes, you're like agonizing.
Slow burn. I'm like stretching that out.
You do not want to know how many times I've yelled at my phone reading a chapter. I'm like, no.
Just
I feel like a kid wanting to get dolls and be like, kiss already. Shut up, both of you kids.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, wait, none of them have gotten so close, but didn't get to. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I've also never done that though. Everyone is always satisfied. Also, because nobody is human, satisfaction happens multiple times for everybody. I'm like, I'll play that cliche. I don't care. They're not human.
I mean, my characters are human and they come a couple of times, so
true.
They recuperate very quickly.
Very fast recovery time.
Fiction.
I actually was listening to an episode of Fated Mates where they were talking about like it's great, but also we don't have to keep doing that. Like, because they were referencing how like old romance, especially historical, you know, you had sex the one time and then you were done. Even if you loved each other, like the like real sex, not the like, oh, we're doing it because we have to have an heir. Like the real one is like one and we're good.
It's like, wow. The sex drive is it's not driving.
No. But also I feel like it makes more sense back then because sex was still very taboo versus now the world for the most part is very sexual and sex positive. And I remember hearing and having conversations with other people reading like the transition of like YA to adult in that range in beginning of college. People talking about sex needing to become realistic and like people can go multiple times, or at least women can, and like JC says all the time, the like rule of like she goes twice and he goes for every one that he does and stuff like that. I remember those conversations online.
Yeah, like it's possible. Like You can have in between the two steamy scenes a little bit of conversation. It doesn't have to be long for the reader to understand time has passed and they're
Yeah,
already
yeah,
back to it. Like, come on.
yeah, yeah. Or that check-in too. If you're writing
Yeah,
something a little bit harder, spicier, darker, no chatting, just the check-in, and then we keep going.
yeah, true. Especially if you're writing King.
Yeah,
Have them checking. It's just,
check-in is important.
yes.
Yeah, I actually do that in Project Blasphemy where we flirt with the line of like BDSM, but not exactly. But they do have a lot of like nonverbal check-in communication that is established very early on that just ends up carrying over. And
Nice.
they both self-realized it's like, oh, I love that this happens.
Nice.
Especially because
Do
they're
they
both
have like
long-lived.
their own type chicken, or are you using a more common
I have
knowledge
their
chicken?
own.
Okay.
So like very early on, it's like an action that it's like, I don't know, I think in like chapter 3 or 4. It's really close, really early, where it's a tap that they do, and it's a certain amount.
Okay.
So that's not just like you're trying to grab or something, like it's
Mm-hmm.
obvious. And um, from that first time that they have sex, which is very vanilla, really, but that is quickly established, and it carries on to throughout the whole book, even when they're mad at each other.
Mm, nice.
Yeah,
Nice. And
actually,
they use it in and out of steamy scenes? Like
no.
does it translate for only for the
Yeah,
steam? Okay.
yeah, only for the sexual scenes. Because actually, if anyone was there when Des read my like excerpt of that specific sex scene, in there, because no one has reference of why it was important. Lucian, who's my Lucifer character, but Lucian's their chosen name,
Mm-hmm.
has that where they recognize that Oveja is tapping and giving them an out, but like they're not for various reasons and things like that. But in that scene, they're upset with each other. So it's very much
Mm.
like hate fucking.
Which usually is pretty satisfying for some reasons. Very
Yeah.
cathartic.
Yes. I'm angry, but I want you, and I'm angry that I want
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yeah, for
um,
sure.
yeah, but there isn't like an almost smexy moment, and then you have the full smexy moment later.
Depends.
Mm,
Uh, at least I need to make time to reread my Sally books because the longer time passes, the more books I write, the less I
you
remember.
forget, yeah, especially because they're short reads, so you're pumping them
Yeah,
out.
yeah. So I'm like, no, because I usually just with Sally, I just build up the tension, and usually my steam happens. That's the midpoint of all of my
Mm.
shorts. Uh, that's I think the holiday romance. Uh, did I don't now. I don't know if I kept the smexy scene on the holiday romance, but if I kept that, it's towards the middle of the story too.
I'm very upset that that's part of Sally's project now because you talked about it so much previously that I wanted to read it, and now I'm like, dang it.
I'll let you know when it's out, so you can read it.
Yeah,
I
but
know I know when that book is out. If people really read holiday romance, they will eventually be like, Oh, this has to be the one Esther's been talking about for 2 years at
My
this
problem
point.
is everyone's publishing to Kindle Vella, or
Yeah.
not Kindle Vella, to Kindle Unlimited or just like Amazon in general. And I don't really read off Amazon. So everyone, like Nia and everyone's like, oh, if it's in your algorithm, you'll find it. And I'm like, I don't have an algorithm, really. My algorithm thinks whatever free books I'm getting from like the Kindle days and stuff like that, because I'm like,
Hmm.
sure, fine. But literally, even on those days, I check if they're on Kobo first and get them from there.
Yeah.
I read more. I've started to read more Kobo since I got a Kobo e-reader. But even
Hmm.
before then, it was like library. If it was on the library, that's what I
Yeah.
was reading.
I am pretty sure the Holiday Romance will have a physical copy. I am thinking of doing maybe something special for some of my friends. So if I randomly ask you for your address, you might have an idea what I'm sending.
Fair, fair.
Just randomly, I'm like, what's your address?
Yeah. I'm trying to think the like almost sexy moment and then full on. I don't, because my stuff is erotica, I have sex very early because it's a very pivotal
Hmm.
thing within the storyline. But I'm trying to think this short novella, whatever length it's going to end up being, that's a prequel for the Blasphemy universe.
Hmm.
It's a little bit more romance heavy than erotic, and I'm like, I
Hmm.
think maybe I might have something where it's like they're very, I feel like so far this is going to be the closest thing I write to like why, in the sense of like it's very cute, they're very sweet, they're very like silly until everything comes out. But
Hmm.
like so I'm like, maybe this, even though even though I'm writing it, I should remember because I'm writing it
Hmm.
now, but I can't remember exactly if I have something like that.
Yeah.
But I definitely go
I
from like one, not zero necessarily, but like one and
Mhm.
tension to like go, we're off. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. At least for my shorts, I usually just like it's it's the tension and like building up that attraction and
mhm,
then they do it. I think the holiday romance may have
mhm,
well, I think they're just like heavy makeout scenes and it kind of like you feel like it's gonna lead that way, but one of the characters stops it.
of course.
So there's not really a smaxy scene. It's just straight up makeout section.
Yeah. You know
Uh,
what?
and again, if I did not take it out, I think this maxi
You
scene
think
is in the middle. I
you need to
think.
just throw it on to Kofi as a bonus.
We shall see. Probably, I mean, I think D
Oh
and JC are beta reading it, so they're probably gonna be like, "Yes, you kept it," or "No,
no.
where is the scene? We want it."
You know what? Actually, where I did this, where it's like the you think maybe there's not going to be something, and then there
Mhm.
is in the project Aztec Death Love. That was going to be my trad pub that I had to put down because it just got too overwhelming.
Mm.
I did do that where where there he brings her home after she's gone out drinking with his cousin,
Mhm.
and she's very drunk, and he's taking care of her, and she's drunk, not fully sober yet, because it's the future and there's like magic pills to make you sober, but they haven't kicked in
Mm.
yet. So she's wanting something, and he's like, no, the next time we have sex, it's going to mean something. And she just begs and begs, and then he goes down on her, and that's it. They don't have like P&V sex, but he
Mhm.
definitely um makes sure that she's pleased.
Taken care of. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
So
Very
I think that's the closest
diplomatic.
thing where I've been a tease.
Yeah. Oh,
But let's see.
that
Let's
is.
This one. There we go. So we got the game. The game updated today. And we have, I don't know if they'll be in the spirit text. They probably won't. Oh, they are. So we have 2 new spirits. I have no idea how to get them. So we'll see. Actually, I might know how to get this one in theory. And there's like other cosmetic things that I'll do on my own. I'm gonna look at, but we have new activities, supposedly. Let's see. I don't know where they're at. Oh, okay. I wonder if they're everywhere though. Actually, let's see. Almost everywhere. All right. So I'm assuming. Oh no, this one doesn't have the game. Let's check the fireplace. Yes. So there's a new character with gaming. Actually, I am going to change our little character though, our little animal for right now, because I like to have a different animal each time because there's so many. So I'm just share the love of animal of the little characters.
Yeah.
Actually, do you want to pick one specifically?
Have you done that? Is it a raccoon? It looks like a raccoon. Yeah.
It's kind of like a raccoon. It looks like.
Oh, that's
cute.
Do
you want him normal or do you want him in a different color?
Oh,
this one looks more like a raccoon. Oh, the red panda?
Oh, yes. That's so cute. Oh, that's adorable.
There we go. Oh, and he plays a game.
Look at
That's neat. I saw them meditating with some of them, so I guess maybe they do a lot more because this is part of the update. Hold on, let me check the level up.
That is adorable.
Okay.
Way too adorable.
And I like the rain, so we're gonna put the rain back on. And I'm just gonna put the fireplace on. You want fireplace sounds or just
yeah?
No? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have a new playlist. So we'll do the new playlist. So like more upbeat playlist. When I saw them on Instagram, I sent them to Laura like right away, like as a DM, the updates. I'm like, update the game.
Did it updated what? Yesterday? The day before?
Today. It updated today.
Oh. So probably she has not done the update yet.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's read my DM yet. So.
No, because she's at Disneyland.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because it's Monday. Yeah. I forgot that she was doing amazing
Wednesday,
things.
Yeah, she has been sending us a few of us photos and videos. It looks like she's having a blast. So
that's good.
She will for sure we'll see it tomorrow.
All right. Let's do. Let's do 20.
Okay.
Oh, I can move it now. That's nice.
Ooh. You couldn't move it before?
No, it just like popped in the like one spot.
Oh wow.
I haven't played with anything of the new stuff, so I just updated it and that was it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, Eva.
Hello, Eva.
Welcome to my streams. All right. So, done. All right. So, 1, 2, 3, and sprint. Pause music. Okay. Turn down. That's just easier. Okay. All right. Don't have a
I'm gonna
spirit.
try to find where I started. I think it was here. Let me put something so I know it's there. So I am trying to finish the episode 43 of Marina,
Hmm.
and I wrote 360 words.
Ooh, nice.
I do better with shorter sprints, like 100 times better.
I don't know. I chose the 20
Uh,
because you're here. So I was like, everyone's so used to having long sprints. And because I usually
um,
start with 15 and then I go like
oh,
20, 25.
you can do whatever you want. I suffer through the longer sprints. It's like
The
it's
first
too
5 minute
long.
sprints, I'm like, distraction. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's like that's not a sprint. That's like a I don't know. It's not a marathon. What is in between a sprint and a marathon?
A run? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know any running terms. So
Me either. I don't know.
so it's just like
The only time I got
I'm
okay with like 30-minute sprints was when I was revising the zero draft to the first draft because I was reading mostly. So I'm like, that's fine. I can do that.
like yeah, my 30 is the most that I can comfortably do. Like I have to be like very high focus and very motivated to be able to do a 45. Because again, I already had this conversation with JC once. When sprints to me is that you are hyper focusing on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I talk to every person who likes to do longer sprints, they're putting a lot of things in that. And I'm like, of course, the 15 and 20, 25, 30 is going to be short for you because you're not hyper focusing on one thing.
Yeah.
You're doing more than just one thing. And that's why 45ers don't work for me. Anything longer than 30 minutes really doesn't
Mm-hmm.
work for me because it's just like if I'm sprinting, I'm just working on one thing.
No, agreed. 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 Agreed.
So I'm
Well,
very
Jason
happy when
called
I saw that
our
20. I'm like,
Jason called our 20-minute sprint a baby sprint.
hey, it's
And
like,
then
no.
she said hi to Eva.
Yeah.
And Eva said 20 minutes is a real sprint. Very nice.
Agreed.
And how much can you get done in 20 minutes? Eating Teddy Grahams and waiting to find out.
I wrote 360 words.
JC said LOL. And then asked if we had talked about what we did. I think that was higher up. And I was like, no,
Mm.
we'll do it when we come back. And she said she stepped away. That's why she was asking.
Yeah, no.
Suffer, how rude, LOL.
Y'all know. Y'all know. I'm just like, it's your stream. You can do whatever you
Yeah.
want.
Oh, Esther, you would not have enjoyed Kate's stream today. 2 hours and 6 minutes. She does crazy.
That's
I
not a
can't do her sprint.
sprint.
No,
That's
that's
not
just
a
a
sprint.
session.
That's a writing session.
Yeah, that's
I'm
just a
sorry,
session.
or not a sprint. That's just no.
Like 2
And
hours is like how long
that's
I was allowed to have my study room at the college library when we had to like we couldn't just hoard the room.
Yeah, like no, and I sometimes I am on Kate's streams, but I don't really pay attention because I know she's notorious for like long
Yeah.
writing productivity sessions, so it's just like a background thing.
She like
A lot of the
rolls
times I
the
don't
ball
even
thing.
yeah. And a lot of the times I don't even realize when the stream is done. Because again, it's just like I just have it up for
Yeah.
views. That's
Yep.
it.
And it's just going and going and going. Yeah.
Yeah. Because every time I look, they're still on a sprint, and I'm like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, but she said when she's like hyper
Like
focused. So
I like my it's like I'm in the peak of my concentration, or I am doing something that I know is going to take more than 30 minutes. So I will
yeah.
need those additional 15.
She's on the rant there.
Yeah.
As rent is something you can do whatever you want, and so if you want to break it up, then you can. That's true.
But that's why
But
it's a sprint. It's a
mhm,
short thing. It's
yeah.
not supposed to be long. I'm
Or is
just
that
like, they
definition
can do
for
whatever.
theory? I've never heard it said that it needs to be focused on one thing.
Y'all, you
That's,
guys need to learn about the Pomodoro thing where it, well,
oh
sprints
yeah, the proper
got
thing.
the proper way to do pomodoros, which is where everyone else learned about sprints. And
Hmm.
literally, those are the instructions. 25 minutes of hyper focus work, one thing, and 5 minutes of a break. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I don't like the like rigid break in between. That's which is why I don't do like
Hmm.
proper pomodoro. But yeah, yeah, for sure. I broke I broke it up as needed. I break it up as needed. Yeah, I mean that's fair. You can do that, but
Yeah, but
we're not policing.
yeah, I'm just
Hi,
expressing my very loud
Kim.
opinion.
Yeah, we have a friend today. Part of it was reading your book, Esther. Oh, there you go.
Hope you're enjoying it.
But what's fun about her stream is that she's been doing tarot cards to determine the sprint time lately. How do you do that? How does a tarot card tell you
She goes by the
time?
number.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Cause I think if it's upright, you just do the number.
Hmm.
If it's upside down, then it's double, I think. Or she takes another one to know how much you're gonna multiply for. I don't remember. Again, if I have it open,
Cool,
it's just
but
my
no.
nose.
Yeah. This is where I'm
Yeah,
like, I
that's
don't
how
do
they.
tarot I don't have I have one tarot deck because I don't love tarot for again it's very structured.
Mm,
I like oracle cards because it's very interpretive.
yeah, cause I mean and that's why they ended up with like an hour or so or 2 hours. Because if they take like a higher number arcana and they have it upside down, and then they take out a higher lower arcana, it's just like you had to
Multiply by a
multiply
million at
the
that
higher.
point.
And it's just like the entire sometimes her entire stream is just one
I've
sprint.
I've heard her say that in her vlogs when she's like, "Oh yeah, the when she was really into rolling that like ball thing."
Hmm.
And she's like, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it was like 150 minutes or something like that."
I'm like, that's the entire stream.
Yeah. Yes, you do
But
not do
hey,
Pomodoro.
it works for her. It works for her
Yep.
community. More power to her. Again, I'm just very loud with my opinion on sprints.
They never worked. I mean, that's fair. We have that reverse problem where like the long sprint we just can't focus on.
Yeah. I just beat her down. I eventually ended up just watching K-pop. and get nothing done.
Yeah. I also hated that just when I was getting in the good flow, suddenly the 20 or 25 minutes was up and I was mad. I mean, that's fair. Every so often I'll do that on like one of someone else's stream, but that's also why I don't tend to sprint when I'm by myself either. But
Mhm.
sometimes I get easily distracted and sometimes I'm super focused versus like on stream I tend to be more focused cuz I have sprint.
Yeah. I do sprints by myself because usually I just like focus for however long I want to, and then when it's done, I step out of the desk and do something. I can
Mm.
mix it with like house chores, maybe laundry, maybe some washing dishes, maybe it's time for me to do lunch, things like that. So that's those are my breaks. I do other things. I don't do a big sprint to do both things because I just like that's just
Yeah, yeah.
why would I do a sprint if I'm doing the things
You're
at the
focused. Yeah,
same
yeah.
time?
That makes sense. She pulls the. Oh, here we go. Here's our explanation. She pulls the card
Hmm.
and the number on the card, and she will multiply it, and she rolls the dice, and the dice determines
Oh.
whether we do the page number of the book. Oh,
Huh?
details, details. The amount of details in this dedication.
Yeah.
Oh, she's done the oracle cards before too. This is a new deck she's doing. Okay. Well, I mean, that makes sense if she's using the book. I was
Hmm.
just thinking of just the cards themselves, but yeah, if she's using the book pages, then that makes sense.
Yeah, that's true.
Friday is the D100. Oh, yes, that's the thing. Yeah, one roll, one sprint. Yep.
Oh, those are painful.
Funny thing is, Kate never used to do anything over 20 minutes. I remember that. I remember when she first had
Yeah.
the D100 and she was like struggling, and now it's like just she's known for doing 100 million hour sprints.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I'm just working on the prequel for
Mm.
the Project Blasphemy universe, the like short-ish
Nice.
prequel attempting to not pay attention to the word count.
Don't look at it.
'Cause
Don't look at
it
it.
really frustrates me. This just proves my like when I'm writing full length books why I don't give word
Hmm.
counts, why I don't pay attention. And
Hmm.
I'm like, I'll mention my overall number at the end of like what is the overall draft, but like
Hmm.
for like sprints and stuff, I just know the 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 weight of it being short and knowing that I have to have a short word count for it to qualify at least for a novella at minimum or at maximum. Like really is it yeah, my brain is just like stare at it. It can't go that high. Think about where the story structure is. Where is your word count? I don't know
Just
how
write
planners do
it.
that. Like it's I'm just like I can't. My brain. No.
Just write it.
I've had a
Write
couple
it.
days where I get almost no words written because I'm so focused on like how
Hmm.
much I'm writing, how little, where am I in the like because the most in this universe so far, the most like planning I have is I have like a rough
Hmm.
timeline where I'm like the prequel is
Hmm.
taking over I think it's 2 months or something like that, or a month that they're on this like getaway thing. And
Hmm.
then the main story takes place over a, f- a few months. I think it's like 4 months or something, not counting the time jump at the beginning. So I'm like, I have like a time frame for certain things that's the closest thing to like an outline that I have. I'm just like, I have to remember how long time is, and that's about it.
Yeah. Like I I sort of pay attention in the way that I just like vaguely have an idea how long I'm okay with my chapters going. But I mean, the recent thing that I just finished, and hopefully I will be sending that to my editor soonish. That's almost 19K. Like I was writing and I saw the total work and I'm like, this is not gonna be 15K. We're just gonna try not to get it past 20. Just gonna try. We're gonna land somewhere
Somewhere. Yeah.
close to 20, past to 20. I don't care, just like somewhere there. So we're just barely at 19K.
I'm so glad that I didn't force myself to be like, no, I'm going to try and do a short because I don't think I would have been able to. And I'm glad that I'm like, at least novella length. I'm not writing a full novel. The point of it is to be
Mhm.
shorter and to
Yeah.
like introduce people into this, but you don't have to read it kind of thing.
Mhm.
Like, I'm like, because I think I wouldn't be able to make it. I'd like freeze and never be able
Yeah.
to write it. I'd get like one page
Yeah.
done of it and just never be able to write it.
I also do outlines, so I think that also helps because I know what's gonna be in each chapter. And again, I already have my own formula for
Yes, I
Sally.
have it
So,
saved.
though this book that I finished has a very
You broke
different
your rules.
formula. Yeah, I like
That means it's the
I
best
just
one.
I don't know if it's the best one, but I mean, there's a chapter that has both of them, both POVs, instead of like one and one and one and one and
Yeah.
one. It's what was the other thing? Oh, this Maxi scene? Not in the middle at all. It's towards the end. You have to read the entire thing to get to
You just
it.
like to like drag stuff out. That's why. You're mean.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
I
here
like
you
to
go.
tease.
I mean, I am reading erotica, but I'm just like, here you go. Here, have dessert first, and then we'll move on.
No, I'm like, here is a 50 table continental hot and warm buffet.
Yeah.
The dessert, we don't know when it's gonna come out.
Yeah.
You
We're
have to
still making
stay.
it. No, we're still deciding on it. We're not even making
Yeah.
it yet.
You have to go through all the tables, taste all the food to get to it. Oh, oh God. It's
To
just,
be
actually,
fair,
I cannot help it.
I'm kind of mean to when I eventually go back to the trad pub stuff, and it
Hmm.
and if I do end up writing Project Aztec Death Love because they're married at the beginning and I say they had a wedding night, but it's off screen, so you don't even get to see that first night.
Mm,
So I'm like we just you missed the dessert is what happened in
yeah.
that one. You have to wait you have to wait to get dessert again because you missed it the first time.
It's like chucks. We ran out of desserts.
Yep.
Need to go another day.
Yeah. Let's
Oh,
see.
that's funny.
We got the
Oh.
2 hour sprint today because she pulled a card and the dice rolled a 6, which meant she had to do the page number, and the page number was 126. Okay.
Lord Jesus.
Oh no, you can't do that, Dolores, as Esther said. Just write it. Yeah. I'm getting better at that. I'm getting better at not hyper focusing on the thing. Which
Mhm.
again, I think is good that I'm doing this because I do want to try as kind of I guess more of like a challenge to attempt to write something small because I mean, you've
Mhm.
seen my poetry. It's also not short. Like I have a hard time writing short things. and I want to try and do a short series on the on my take of a small town romance, but a colony in space instead. So,
Ooh.
like, I'm I'm going to build up to it. There is an attempted plan that will probably challenge me a lot if this is any indication.
That will be cool because if you're like doing multiple books, then if you have then like a 40, 50, or 60, and you have a lot of words, it's just like you have to know when to end each book. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? Because it's an entire story. It's like in a lot of different in a lot of smaller books.
Yeah, possibly. I'm still not exactly sure how I want it to function besides the fact that it's going to be a pure sci-fi, the no magic, no nothing. It is going to be with the erotica pen name. So I'm like, I'm actually, this is a very good test because I've kind of have the two characters where I've kind of decided the because in this prequel it's the Antichrist and the first second coming,
Hmm.
because God has tried this a couple times. Has tried the rapture a couple times, failed. The first, second coming, and Antichrist together. And um, what I've kind of done is be like, to make it work for erotic romance because it's shorter. I'm like,
Hmm.
they're gonna have their own storyline. So like the Antichrist
Hmm.
has the romance plot, and then the second coming has the erotica plot. And I'm like, I'm gonna see if this will work because if this works, then maybe the short reads will follow that same thing where one character takes one plot and the other character takes the other plot.
Yeah.
Because to do a whole plot of erotic romance short, I don't think will be easy to do well and
Mm.
like justify a journey because it really is two journeys.
Yeah.
And in a bigger book, I think it's easier to thread it. In a smaller book, I think it's more like you just gotta. I feel like the best way to do it is to focus. I know other people do it, but I've also read some erotic romance. It's not great
Yeah.
because it's like it's too short and they rush too much, and I'm like, this is just sex.
That's true.
Let's see. Hey, I'm a full length girly too, so I'm right there with you. Yeah, yes, that's fair. With my pen name, I'm like, I have to tell this in how many words again? Yeah, I'm. That's my feeling. I'm feeling that.
Yeah. There's been a couple of times that I have asked JC, I'm like, what's the word count aim again? Because I've been able to read it, which the first three chapters. I don't think she has updated the document that I have access. But I already checked the word count and I'm like, we're in chapter 3 and we're at this word count. Remind me again what was what's the
What's the
amount that you're
ending?
trying to. Yeah, because like
Yeah,
if it is the number that you gave me, you're like, we were like, you already burned through a third of your workout, and you're just on chapter 3, and you have like 8 or 9 chapters. We're
yeah.
not even at halfway point.
What I'm doing is actually taking the little bit of the idea I do have for that short series is one of the prompts for Barrett and Laura's when they were doing the prompted
Hmm.
romance stuff. I did
Yeah.
one with two characters that had like a kind of hate love ish romance where she was like a scientist and a captain and they were going somewhere. So I'm like, I'm gonna
Hmm.
take that idea thing that I had and expand it as the like prequel beginning quality. I that would probably be more of like my reader magnet. And then after
Hmm.
that, it's like past that and it's a family established on I don't remember what planet I decided on. I think I decided on like Pluto. Um there and just the family's been there. You know, they've been living there. The whole take on like mining towns here in the West, where
Mm-hmm.
the town's there and established and living there. So
Yeah.
it's still a small town. It's just happens to be on another planet, so it's a colony.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. Wait, isn't Pluto a gas planet?
it's not a gas planet like Jupiter. So Jupiter is literally
Mm-hmm.
just a mass of gas that we're aware of. Because when we send probes into Jupiter, they tend to lose signal before we think they reach the center, and there's no real way to
Mm-hmm.
like confirm that. But Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto are liquid planets.
Ooh.
So, but because they're so far from the sun, they're like liquid ice planets. So they have a
Mm.
huge layer of ice over them that keeps them circular, and inside they have liquid of some sort, which is kind of the point because the reason the colony is there is they're mining for water to send back to Earth.
Okay. Nice. Pluto saving the world.
Mm-hmm. Yep. After we broke up with them and
Yeah.
said that they're not a planet.
Or
because
Pluto.
because there's some the hard sci-fi stuff that would make that difficult, but you know what, I'm gonna nope, I'm not gonna go that far, especially because it's a short thing. We're like,
Yeah.
this is possible and that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
In this future world we can do this.
Yeah. This is future pseudoscience.
Yep. Oh, new stuff, yes, stuff that I have no idea when I'll start writing, maybe next year, but we'll see. I have to finish all of the like blasphemy universe first. um Look, I'm just writing the story, man. We can cut later. Fair. But will you be attached to the words? Can you cut the words if it's too much?
Yeah, because JC gets attached to the words, and I'm just like,
That would be my fear,
can it?
personally.
I'm mostly like, oh, do you think that I need to cut? I'm like, I read and I'm like, yeah, I do agree. Let's cut it. I delete it. They're like, no, copy paste it. I don't think of it. And I'm like, no, just let it. This is not good. I'm gonna delete it. And everyone's in like a panic. And I'm like, gone, gone in the ether.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I wrote something last night that I'm almost positive needs to be cut, but I'm trying to get to the part that comes after this part. So right now, it's the only way it will make sense.
Mm,
Whatever works.
yeah.
Huh? What spider?
I think they are like way back in the stream and probably looking at the spirits
Oh
in the
yeah, yeah,
game.
yeah. Oh yeah, there is that yarn spider that I don't like. It's just
It's
weird.
so
It's
cute.
cute, but when it moves, it's weird.
Mm, that's
Like I'll
okay. We
look at
got
the
that cute
picture of it.
raccoon.
It's fine. But yes, keep Pluto alive. Yeah.
Mhm.
I really struggled. I literally did a little bit of sciencey lookup. Like I read some stuff on NASA and made sure about some things.
Yeah.
Asked my dad because he had the degree in planetary science, who then told me it's not possible because we blow up. I'm like, well, all I need to know is that maybe possibly could have question mark. Is there water at least there? I'm like, okay, that's my final decision. I can I can make everything else possibly
Hmm.
work. I mean,
Yeah.
Star Trek is a thing, and some of that stuff is definitely not possible.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprisingly learning to detach myself from the words. I'm getting better. Yay.
Yes. Good, good, good.
Oh, I never delete anything. I put it in a document where the deleted material goes.
Sometimes
I
I do say things because I'm like, ooh, I can spin something out of this or take something from here to another place. I also have almost all of my draft versions, like they are in my Scrivener, that I get them on Word, and every time there's like a revision, I have a document for my self revision, then I have the
Mm,
other document where my editor revise, and then I have the final document. So there's, even if I delete it in the editor or the final, there's preview versions that have it. So it's not like really gone, gone, gone. It's
yeah,
just in another draft that I am not gonna look at it.
fair. I don't. When I was editing Project Blast Me, the only stuff I deleted were things where I was like, "What the fuck am I even trying to say?" Like I could tell that it
Mm,
was like the end of the night, and I was like just trying to get words in, and
yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what this was. We're just gonna delete it because it's I guess not important because I don't know what I was saying. But goodbye.
That happens to me, not a lot, but it happens to me, especially if I am writing in a day that I'm like really tired. When I read back, I'm like, what does this even mean? Like, I cannot even guess what I was trying to say. They're just like words that don't string together. I'm
Yeah,
like, all of this we're gonna delete, and then we're just gonna read what's before and read what's next and figure out how to bridge it.
yeah, yep. Pluto is a planet. I don't care what they say. You know what? I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
It's what they taught. Yeah, they taught us in school. You can't
yeah.
then tell me it's not a planet after telling me for so long it was. Yeah. I mean, I still have I think, unless my parents threw it away or something else happened to it at my parents' house, but I had a poster that was on my wall for the longest time that had, Pluto as a planet.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's so funny because it's like it stopped being a planet because it shrank, and I'm like, is the only thing that loses weight and it loses their identity.
I actually saw, I don't know if it was on Instagram or if it was on Threads. It was probably Instagram, where um, it was a post from NASA saying that Pluto has a heart on the planet. You can see a heart on the planet's surface, and that ice is
Hmm.
poisonous,
Yeah.
which technically the whole planet is ice. It'd have to be filtered, and I mean poisonous, it has to be filtered and all that shit. But someone that said in the comment, well, when you get together and then break up with the planet and then get back together with it and break up with it, Pluto has been in a toxic relationship, so now its heart is poisoned. I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. Like it's bad, but it's kind of cute.
Yeah. It makes sense and it's totally cute.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yep, I had that same poster. Yeah. I had it up on my wall for the longest time until my siblings were jumping on my bed, and then a- I know it was an accident. Young me was like, I hate them, but they tore it down because they were jumping on the bed. And I don't know if they fell into it or whatever, but like it got torn down. So then it got rolled up and put away. I just don't know where. It's somewhere at my parents' house, unless it got actually thrown
How
away.
how dare them?
Yep.
How dare them?
Yeah. It's because I had the first like big kid bed that was a
Mm.
jumpable that wasn't my parents. But
I don't think, no. Me and my brother never had those problems. Again, it's just a big age gap that helps.
yeah. I mean, well, my sister and technically my cousin, but my brother is just 3 years younger than me. So, yeah, really
Yeah.
close. They broke a lot of my things. So I had a lot of things broken or lost or
I would have. I remember I was a teenager at that time. So I save up with my allowance enough to buy it was a Linkin Park album. I don't remember if it was Meteora or Papercup? I don't remember. I know it was a Linkin Park album. And when I come home, blah blah blah, my brother tried to take that album from me. And he tried to use my mom to get it. So he was like, that album is in English. You don't know what your daughter, what she is
oh my
listening,
gosh.
blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I will be happy to sit down and translate you every single song in this little booklet. And you can go to any of your coworkers who are really good at English and have them compare the booklet with my translation so you can check if I translated it correctly or if I'm lying to you.
Yeah.
And she was like, no, like she was like, I trust that you're listening to good music. It is your money. So you keep it. And to my brother's like, if you want that album, you buy it yourself, like she did.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh, that's
like
kind of like the panic that happened when I found anime and manga.
mm,
And I started reading the mature stuff, which actually the panic started because it wasn't mature, it was teen. And just because boobies appeared on the TV,
mm,
my mom and my aunt freaked out. And then my dad had to have a talk with me, and he's like, you got to keep that stuff. You can keep watching and reading it, but you got to make
yeah,
sure that your siblings don't see it. I'm like, it wasn't
yeah.
even mature, it was rated teen. Like, it wasn't even that bad.
But
But yeah.
some of our households, I I don't think like since young I was watching Buffy and Roswell and Charm, like
Yeah, we had already watched like
my
Buffy and stuff like that. Like my sister watched it with me, but no, you know, anime boobies was too much.
yeah,
Anime boobies were a
and
crime.
I also went to watch a lot of like action movies, like rated R action movies
Uh,
with my mom. So she really didn't like there was no way she could tell me that's like no, you cannot see a PG-13 or a PG-15 anime because I would be like, didn't we just watch a rated R movie?
right?
Like, didn't I go to watch Lethal Weapon with you when I was like, I don't know, 9 or 10 or something?
Yeah, there's sex in that
Like, and
movie.
now that yeah, I'm just like, priorities, come on.
Right. Ooh, maybe we have the spirit. Have a little bubble. Let's see.
Ooh,
Did we get the
let's
game
see.
spirit? Oh, we
Ooh,
did.
we did! That's like a chipmunk. That's so cute.
It's supposed to be a monkey. That's 8-bit.
That's cute.
Let's see. Oh my god, this one's long.
Mm-hmm.
8-bit is an adventurous and energetic spirit with mysterious origins. The Monkey Game Company proudly claims they developed 8-bit as their mascot and even designated their popular gaming console to resemble the Plunky Monkey's distinct head shape. But could a game company really have manifested a digital spirit into the real world, or did the spirit already exist undiscovered until Monkey came along? It's a topic that the spiritographer community continues to debate. 8-bit as banana goes bananas whenever video games are nearby, and they've even been known to download themselves into an in-progress game in hopes of meeting some new digital pals. Oh, wow. These spirits can get overreacted easily and tuckered out quickly. So if an 8-bit is ever looking under the weather, you should check its cartridge. Some dust may have built up inside, but a quick blow of wind should get it back on its feet in no time. Wow.
That's cute that he gets in. That he tries to download himself into
Mm-hmm.
games.
That's equal
That's
parts
cute.
like new games and then a homage to old games, because
Yeah,
blowing on cartridges is like what you did for like the first Nintendos.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, there is a hit on this one. As I start my day in quiet meditation, sometimes I can sense another presence eyeing me. Starts. I wonder if it's morning.
Probably.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. Meditate.
Oh, look at the raccoon.
He has an apple. He's like, you
That's so
meditate, I'm gonna eat.
cute. Yeah, that's so cute.
Alright, we'll try that. We're gonna do 25 minutes. Daisy. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a rainbow in the back now. I wonder if it's
That's
because I have the rain
adorable.
on. That's new,
Could
if
be.
that's the case. Alright. Oh, wait, nope. Banner. Banner. Too many buttons. Alright. 25 minutes. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, all done. So, how's everybody doing? Besides anyone
I
distracted because I pointed out that the beautiful red panda literally was eating his apple. He's just not there being cute.
That was so cute. Like I'd stare until I saw it. Um, so I got a little hungry, so I got some crackers, ate those, got water, had a little bit of a um stern talk with my dog.
Is Sam still being bad?
I think she wants to go outside, and I'm like, no, your bracket of going outside, it's done. Just because I'm awake doesn't mean that you can still go outside. Cause it's like it's 12:30 here. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, we're not doing this. So I was like, so go and go to sleep. And she just like turned around and is laying like she's laying in front of me, like looking at me. I'm like, that's not happening. Not
If I look cute
happening.
enough, Mom, will you?
She does look cute, but not enough for me to be like, yeah, we're just gonna go outside at 1 a.m. in the morning. No, no, because then she starts like asking it over and over and over
Yeah.
again. I'm like, no, we're not
Nope.
doing this. Um, and while I was like eating those crackers, I was like watching K-pop. I wrote a little bit, but I'm like in a section that I need to think through because there's kind of like it's like a it's like a hurt comfort scene, but it's more
Um,
emotional than physical.
mm-hmm.
And I need to, and also I need to,
Which
it
is your
needs
whole
to,
story.
yeah. And the thing is, like, it needs to kind of like lead in, not nicely, but kind of like it makes sense to episode 44, which is one of the episodes that kind of like sort of coincide with
So
the
you
witch
gotta
and
you
her
gotta
shadow. And I'm
mix.
like, oh god, why am I doing this to myself?
You
So
decided to tie
more
it very
thinking.
tightly.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not just like
I
referencing the like, oh, they're a name and that's it. No, it sounds like you're like,
no, literally the what happens in 44. It's kind of like sort of a start of another episode on The Witch and Her Shadow. You don't need to read them both, but you will certainly benefit
it
from
boosts
reading
it. Yeah, yeah,
both
yeah.
of them. Yeah. So I'm just like, oh, I'll figure it out. It'll just require more brain power. It is what it is.
Well, I knew I was almost done with my water, so I got up and got some almond chocolate milk that I have in a
Mm.
tray in my Spock cup. It's bad. There we go.
Oh, cute.
Um, it was actually the last of it too, so
Mm.
that's good because it was like my treat, which means it has it. I pull it out to last longer because it has sugar. It's not a sugar-free chocolate almond milk. It's
Yeah,
like a sugared one. So,
yeah.
but I did that, and I finished a chapter. I was like just about to start the second paragraph when the thing came off in the new chapter. So,
Yeah.
because I'm
Oh, I
hitting my
also let
like,
the headphone charge,
oh
so
yeah, while you're getting
they
things.
should yeah, they should stop saying low charge, and I'm like, shut up.
I can have mine plugged in and still use them.
They have the 3 cord, but I just don't like usually
It bothers you.
um Yeah, and it's not it StreamYard doesn't play nice with anything that is connected that way. So I'm just like, I'll just charge it for those 25 minutes. It will be enough for the rest of the stream.
That's fair. Yeah, mine is plugged into um, extension cord underneath me. So,
Mm, yeah.
but yeah, I'm hitting my like what I think what I want it to be is like a powerful middle-ish point. I don't know if it's going to be the actual middle of the document, but for the story,
Mhm. Yeah.
middle. So
Nice.
we're going to go to a very fancy meal. They're going to the girls are going to
Ooh.
dress up very nicely, and then we're going to have sex.
Of course. Of
But
course.
I'm what I'm realizing my struggle is that I have to look back and see the point of view of the last time that they had it,
Hmm.
and I think maybe reread it because I want this one to have like the deep super meaning where they're like, yes, because then the next scene is going to test it right away.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
and they're going to like openly declare that they love each other in that test scene. So I'm like, I want this to be a big one, but I think I need to read the last one and figure out where I left emotions so that I can amp
Mm.
it.
Yeah. Do you remember which chapter has the previews?
It was like 3 chapters before or 4 chapters
Okay.
before. I just I don't remember if I flipped to both POVs for that first sex scene or if I stayed
Hmm.
in one POV. Because if I stayed in
Mm.
one, then I'll probably do the other POV for this one. But if I did both, I got to decide, do I do both again or do I pick one person? So
Hmm.
I I have to figure that out. But
Yeah.
we'll see because I got to keep the journey the romance journey. I feel like is so easy, especially with these two. But in general, the
Hmm.
romance journey to thread is very easy and like not to lose. I feel like when I write, it's the reminder of keeping the sexual journey going and not getting lost in the romance
Mm.
muddle. Because like
Yeah.
in the first main Project Blasphemy, I do have some
Hmm.
sex scenes that are just there for sex, like you would put in a regular
Okay.
romance. Like there's just
Yeah.
some sex scenes, and then there are other ones where they're bigger or I have more detail in them because they're the actual sexual journey.
Hmm.
And with this one, I'm like, I don't think I can even have sex for sex because it's so short. I think every
Yeah.
scene has to have
Has
that
to count.
journey meaning. Yeah, I kind of fudged because at some point I wrote like a description where I was like, "Oh, during this week we did this and she was doing and it was this," and like I kind of cheated having like a little bit of like mental dialogue where they were like remembering the like fast forward of a few days.
Hmm.
But
Yeah. 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 Because you're dealing with two
two
different
plots really.
but still heavy arcs that should land them at the same place, but they like the emotions like go in different
Mm-hmm.
sections. Yeah, that's complicated
Yeah.
because I'm just like dealing with an emotional dude. And Marina's the one who's like has to be calm, collected. Let me help him through this kind of like situation. So it's just one character emotion that I need to deal with. Just one.
Which can still be hard.
Yeah, yeah, because he is a little. He's a little emotional constipated, so
Yes, he is.
yeah. God, he's
I
gotta
mean,
love him.
when I wrote The Princess and the Warrior, the very first book that I finished, it was in one single POV, and it was
Mhm.
difficult. And that one was a love story. That wasn't even a romance, but the romance was a pretty big part in that story, and that was still hard balancing that, especially because it was one POV.
Yeah. Um. Okay, I think I figured out why she is asking for my attention. Her bowl of water doesn't have any water.
Uh-oh.
I know, I know. So I will keep hearing you. I'm
Okay.
just not gonna be able to say
No,
anything
you're good.
because I'm
Feed the
too far.
baby or water the baby. Let's see. JC says, "Wait, what now?" I don't know what that was referencing. I read through some more of When Love Calls with that sprint. Almost made it through the whole chapter, but nearly finished. That's good. It's hard. Yes, it's hard, JC, in all the ways. Well, not exactly, because this is a sapphic story. So, not in all the ways, but in almost all the ways. LOL. Is it really hard? Thing? Yes. Laughing? Yes. It is almost all the way hard because we don't got no peens in this book besides the assholes. So, actually, no, that's not true because Ty's uh, father, who is Lucifer, because Lucifer does not fully identify as non-binary in this and goes by he. It's a little bit like starting to figure out that they don't like that, but they have a slight appearance. And then the demon that's his best friend in the main one also makes an appearance in this. And they flip. So possibly peens in it. But the angels that are pure are assholes like always. Except for one angel. There is only one good angel. Everyone else, no.
I'm just like, lay down, lay down, lay down, lay down.
We're
She's
not
me
going
just
anywhere
like
else.
yeah, keep going around. I'm like, lay down. You got your water. Lay down. Oh.
I made you laugh. My job is done. Fair.
Mm.
The amount of times that I write stuff in the comments while you guys are streaming.
Oh. I
And here
mean,
I say
sometimes it
a
gets
lot of things.
yeah. Everything that in other streams we had to wait for it to be like 9:30 or 10. It's
Hmm.
just like straight up here.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't care. Especially
Yeah.
especially when I finalized the fact that I was gonna start writing erotica, I'm like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not monetized. YouTube will be mad at me if YouTube will be mad at me. It's late. I don't care.
Yeah.
The only time I'm like slightly careful is when I put out videos. Some of my videos I do age restrict, and I'm like,
Mm.
eh, I'll meet you in the middle. I'd
I
rather just age restrict it than censor myself.
I mean, I think I have all of my videos that says they're not for kids. I don't know
Yeah,
if
well,
I have like specific age restricted them.
yeah, I have the two steamy lit boxes for the Hispanic
Hmm.
Heritage Month because they have vibrators in them and other things, plus the books. Those are age restricted. And then I think I have another one, maybe. And then I'm almost done editing the video that talks about uh, erotic romance, like a very intro video. And then later I'll do more detailed videos. I'm debating about age restricting that one. I haven't fully decided, but
So that would be like a sort of like 101, the difference between erotic romance and erotica.
yeah, and I give examples and stuff like that. That one, if anything, the editing the video itself isn't that much work. It's I have to make sure I get all the links because I want to make sure I have all the links and stuff that people can go read some of the articles that I read off of and quote on, and then when I do the individual videos, I'm going to have for sure links and stuff because I'm gonna reference specific like episodes on like fated mates, and I'm listening to some other podcasts to try and get more, not just for me but also for the video because I want to hear more. Though again, there's only a few erotic/erotic romance authors that are public and open and willing to talk and like share. They're all kind of the same people, so, which at least they're willing to talk.
Yeah. Sadly, we live in a society that still kind of like shuns that, and it's like, no, no, no.
Yeah.
It's like,
But it's only,
why?
I don't want to say only for us. It's very heavily us, and in the sense of like women, because like pornographic stuff for men like is okay, or like it's okay to go into those kind of stores. Like it's reasonable to find a magazine under a boy's bed or in his pillowcase or whatever. Like it's okay, it's reasonable to find, you know, the gross sock in the room, like whatever. But for a girl or for women or someone femme, like it's not okay, and like, oh no. And but it's so
How dare
silly.
she
Yeah,
have
like
any
having toys in your room is
experimental relationship?
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's horrible. And even though the ones that I've read that are really good, there is a real story, like a real journey in a lot of these books. They're literally the actual porn that the men are like okay to read is nothing compared to these books. Not all of them. Some of them are just not, like some of them are literally they're like one step away from being porn. Like they're just barely holding on to the like erotica label. Just right there. And then some of them are just garbage in general. I'm just like, you tried, gold star, but no.
Yeah. That's sad. I do remember being in college, and like the first time my like friends from like middle school feeling like courageous enough to like tell that they masturbate, and I'm like, why are you ashamed of that? They're like, I don't know if other people do it. I'm like, believe me,
It's a
way
natural
too many
body
people
response.
do
Yeah.
it. It's just like they feel shame, or they just blasé about it, and because they're blasé about it, they're like, if I done it, and if I doing it, so everyone else must be doing it too, and they just don't put like any, like it doesn't, like it's just like taking a stroll. They just look at it like something normal,
Yeah.
like it should be. And then there's this people like that person who is like so ashamed, and so like, oh, this is like, I am saying this, but it's just, but I'm just like, And I'm here like, baby girl, just don't feel shame. You
Yeah.
go, explore, learn, especially learn before you get a guy in that
Yeah.
area.
Yeah. I mean, and I get that because a lot of that is tied to religion and not necessarily religious trauma in a bad way. Sometimes yes, but
Mhm.
it's still kind of like a slight religious trauma to a certain
Yeah.
extent. And in European, actually not even necessarily European Western societies, fear, it's very specific European uh sheltered because a lot of Europe is actually quite open, or at least the main continent of it.
Hmm.
Uh, but we here are like still no, 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 no,
Yeah.
no.
We took too much of the um taboo topics of religion than the cultural uh
Yeah,
things from the countries that came here. And it is interesting because this is just something that it happens almost in every country. Like there's some sort of like this idea of like women cannot be like, it's not even like sexually active, it's like they cannot be sexually aware.
yeah.
And it's like, why? Like how mediocre do you want to be as the other sex
Hmm.
that you want this other side not to be aware at all, so
Hmm.
you don't have to even try.
You don't have to try. They won't know the
Yeah.
difference. But a lot of
Yeah.
that too is still tied to Europe's expansion because, especially as
Mm.
more and more information gets pulled out of indigenous groups there, a lot of the indigenous people had more like what we view as sex and
Mhm.
sexuality and stuff. Not exactly, but a lot of them were way more open and became more sheltered because of Europe.
Yeah. I do imagine if by any chance any of the like Western like religion got exposure to Confucianism, because that's the other type of like religion, yeah, that it's very like prude and like not like, and that is like both sides shouldn't like be that
Mhm.
sexually aware, and I'm like, oh, this is like very oppressive.
I don't know too much about Confucianism.
Yeah.
The I feel like probably the religions I know the most, which is still not that much, from
Mhm.
the East is like Shinto from Japan and
Mm,
Buddhist.
yeah. I think they also, because I think they do have some Buddhism influence. I think I think the reason is because they do kind of like believe in other lives and reincarnation and kind of like passing through different stages of whatever this is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they want to live the most righteous life. So the
Mm,
next phase, the next level,
is
they
better.
have a higher chance to have a better whatever that is.
Yeah.
Uh, so in that sense, I do understand how like contrived it is, but at the same time, I'm like, so if you die and there's nothing, like, how regretful your soul will be to live that kind of. I mean, it's not like you're gonna live like crazy, but there's so many things that they need to stop themselves from
Mm-hmm.
experimenting to lead the higher path. I just like I wonder of those souls who like didn't find anything at the
Yeah.
other side.
They were like, this wasn't worth it.
Yeah, they're like, darn it.
I should have just done it while I had a chance.
Yeah, all the chances that I had.
Let's see, Esther, like Sam, if you don't sit your ass down.
Yes.
uh,
Funny.
hey, sometime I can't wait until 9. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I am bad at knowing what time it is for you guys sometimes.
Like it is always earlier for you,
Yeah.
so it's hilarious. Like I'm here in like the gutter, like the lowest level of the gutter, and Dolores is right beside me, and I'm like, it's like 5 p.m. for her.
Yep. I mean, when I finally learned to like embrace myself and be open, I was like, nope, everything just like I can read the room like with like
Hmm.
family and stuff because my family's super religious and be like, no,
Yeah.
be be respectful, but I'm also just like, meh. I've caught
Mm.
my brothers off guard sometimes because they still don't realize or see because I was always like the good girl and like the purest, the pure, and I'm like, yeah, no, I was really good at
Yeah.
pretending.
I had that image for a very long time. Like I went to a Baptist school. And like many religious schools, they do have like a service every week, whatever, whatever. So I was one of the girls who will sing in the service. And
I went to Catholic high
like
school.
yeah, all of my middle school, all the way to senior year, I was the one singing. And it's like she's the one that sings on the service. She's the one that goes to church. She's like she's in this
Yep.
and that and that. Fast forward to the class reunion that I just don't understand what they made it like 4 years after we graduated. I'm like, a
It's
lot of
supposed to be
us are not
5.
even done. Yeah, I was like, a lot of of us are not even done with college. Why are we having a reunion? Um, yeah, we had a reunion when I arrived. I was just like, as soon as I got in, I think I said hi to two people and beeline to the bar, and everyone was like,
You
"What?"
drink.
And I literally just went to the bar to get shots, and they're like I turned and half of my class were like, I was like, it's just a drink.
No,
Like, no
I
one's gonna go
convinced
to hell for it.
I was so convincing that I literally surprised my husband when I got more comfortable with him and was more open.
Mhm.
He's told me before, he's like, I thought you were like the picture esque of that because I was in the youth group and I was a teacher too, and I sang in choir at church and at school, and
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, nope. His friend who lives with us now is learning that because now that we spend more time together, and he's like,
Hmm.
he catches himself sometimes where he's trying to be like polite, and then I say something, he's like, oh, I gotta remember you're not so like pure and innocent as I was told when we like very first met.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, no, you
Yeah.
don't want to know what I'm writing.
It was funny because a couple weeks ago, I think we went to see one of my uncles, which is the oldest of my mom's family. And we were like chatting, and my favorite cousin was here in Puerto Rico. We're just like talking and talking, and my uncle's partner, she was like, "So wait, you are not as like sweet and nice and quiet as you look," and I'm like, this is why this face that looks like I don't broke a plate of like very, it looks like an innocent face. This is the face that all of my friends' parents were like, oh, if you're gonna go there, Esther has to go. If she's not going, no one is going. And she was like, so you are the one taking them to places their parents didn't want them to go. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, definitely. They thought they were going to like really no, no.
No, we're going somewhere else.
Like I have a friend who learned how to drink alcohol through me. Like they were like, I want to drink a lot. I'm like, okay. I told him we were like straight up gonna like rip the bandage. You're gonna take half a shot of Bacardi 151. They're like, what? And I'm like, half a shot. It's just gonna be half a shot. We're gonna rip the bandage. You're gonna get the worst of alcohol experience now. And then we can start like finding out what you enjoy. Do you enjoy beer? Do you enjoy hard liquor, wine? This then we can experiment. But we let's rip the bandage and just do the worst. And literally they were like coughing. They're like, this is the worst. And I'm like, okay, you had the worst. Then we can move on to what actually is good. Now you know
Yeah,
what is
those are the things
trash.
where I'm like, I'm glad that I don't drink. I'm like, I don't need that.
Yeah. I thankfully
Especially
my
I've seen
family
my
was
siblings after drinking too much.
yeah. This is the only not the only. This is one of the things that I do like about my family. They were like, okay, you do want to drink. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, okay, you're gonna learn how to drink with us. So, for the first few years of my drinking life, I was only like, I could only drink at family events.
Mm,
That was it. And always someone was already like, oh, the person who's gonna look out after
you
Esther.
watch you.
Whether it
Yeah,
was my mom or my brother or one of my older cousins or aunts or uncles, someone was assigned that
to
event
watch you.
to watch me. And I will try like beer, different types of cocktails, wine, this and that, until I eventually kind of like learn what I like and what I don't like. And then they were like, okay, now you know, you're kind of like your heart limits,
Yeah.
all of that. Go and be an adult. And oh, did I drink a lot? I don't drink a lot now, but wow, my 20s, a lot of drinking, a lot of drinking. Never blackout, thank God.
That's good.
Never,
I just listened to
but a lot of
stories.
drinking.
I heard everyone else's story.
Yeah, I have a lot. I have a lot of funny stories. I think a lot of the times people are like, you need to like do a Twitch just to tell all of your
I tell
dumb
all.
stories, and I'm like, that'll be a couple hours. That'll be a couple hours.
Vibrators, yes,
Yeah.
because the Steamy Lit book
Mhm.
company is a book box company, which is now a bookstore in Florida. Um, and they also have a convention where the lady who runs the shop is the idea was to have a place where not just women, but obviously women, had a place to embrace love and self-care and sexuality and be safe. So there's books uh, from BIPOC authors.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't know if I've even. No, yes, I have seen books from white authors in some of the boxes. But she very much pushes BIPOC, and because she's Latina, she has a Hispanic Heritage box every year, which is what I
Yeah.
get. Um, there's books, a special edition, self-care esque items like soaps or bath bombs, and then you get she calls them vibes so that places don't shut her down and Instagram doesn't get mad, but a vibrator, and then there's always been lube of some sort in every box too to go with whatever the vibe is. So
Nice.
and the vibes are different, like can be different things. One of the Hispanic Heritage boxes didn't actually have a traditional vibrator, it had a plug. So
Ooh, interesting.
yep, which I gave to a friend because I was like, I don't use this, you can use.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's still, I
You're like,
literally
we're
only
not
took it out
plugging
of the
anything.
box to show the video and put it right back in.
You're like, the plugin is not my thing.
Yeah, but if you want to see, there's 2 videos I have up, JC. If you want to watch them, they're not super explicit or anything, like, but you can watch them on the regular channel. It's just that when you
Yeah.
click it, because it's age restricted, it will ask you if you're over 18.
Yeah.
It's also the good girls people have to watch out for, or so people are always saying about me. Yeah,
I mean, they
I went to
usually
Castle
do.
Cute 8th. Yeah, I had the whole spectrum of school education. I went to an academy. I
Mm-hmm.
went. I was homeschooled. I went to public school, and then I went to Catholic high school, private school.
Well,
I've had an education journey for numerous
yeah.
reasons.
And a lot of whiplash.
Yeah. And Alora from Disneyland.
Oh,
Yes, Laura. They're talking, drinking a Coke before I start to drive home. Yay! Not that I like Coke, but yay for you.
yeah. Drive safely, please.
Yes. Listening to the wind effects
Mm.
whipping around the Matterhorn. Oh, yeah. The Matterhorn's scary. Okay, just finished reading the rest of the chapter while listening to you guys talk, channeling my inner Esther, getting work done while you guys chat. Should I do one more ride or start the hour-long drive? If you can find a short line or a fast pass that's like
Yeah.
instant.
Yeah.
Depends on how tired you are because you have to be able to stay awake for the long drive. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Just times where you see the moon in the straight line, Esther.
Yeah, that's a story that I have already shared about
Can you
the
get
square
me
moon.
a see me lit book box? I actually have last year's box with which was all special editions, and I didn't like any of the books. And I've been debating about,
Really?
yeah, I've been debating about because
Which books?
the
I don't
the
remember
theme
that
the
box.
theme was like darker. So there
Mm,
was like a I don't know if it was cartel or mafia, but I don't like crime family
yeah.
esque books, especially cartel. There's a there's a Latina author that I really want to read her books because I love her Instagram, but she writes cartel, and I'm just like, I can't suspend that disbelief living so close to the border. I just
Yeah.
I'm not even right next to it, but I live adjacent enough that I just can't suspend that disbelief. But my point, JC, is if you want to watch that video and if you like any of those books, I can send them to you. because they're literally just sitting in my living room because I'm not sure if I want to donate them and be nice or sell them on like Pogo because they are special editions.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really nice special editions, which makes me feel really bad for not wanting to read any of them. Because I also don't
That's
want to
okay.
clutter my shelf with stuff that
Mm-hmm.
I don't love.
Yeah. I mean, do you have a preference? If you don't want to read it, it's like
Yeah.
someone else will want them.
And I don't remember why the other. I know there's a crime book, one of them at least, and I don't remember what the other two were, but they're all the nice special editions.
Mm.
Ma'am, you share a room with your daughter. Fair. I'm sort of kidding. I won't always share. That's true. At least, hoping not. Yes. I believe I'll have a home again one day. Yes, I believe. And a
Yes.
room of my own, and my daughter will eventually leave the nest. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, the books was not what I wanted. No, I got that as we kept reading. But still, I haven't decided what to do with these books. Oh, but I love the dark stuff. Yeah, if you wanna, I on the video I show the special edition, the regular cover, and I read a description from
Mm-hmm.
um, Storygraph. So, oh, I thought there was something else you get in the box. That was what I wanted. No, no, no. Yeah, no. I get what you're saying. Well, we'll see what the next one is. They should be announcing the Hispanic Heritage Month box sometime in September, and then I got to see if I have money to buy it.
Mm. You say you did two? Why I
Yeah,
only
there
see
should be
one?
two.
Mm. So I
Fun
see
fact:
the
I've never
one
opened
that
those.
was 4 months ago.
Uh, I just always used hand. Yeah, I mean, trusty. Uh,
Oh, found the other one.
did you find it? I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like 100% sure I have to.
I was looking at the thumbnails and I'm like, okay, I need to find a
Oh,
steamy but still not in your face. So I'm like, okay,
yeah.
no, no,
My
no.
thumbnails
Okay,
for
found
those
it.
are very different too. So
Yeah. It's like they're beds. So I'm like, okay, this has to be.
yes, yeah, yeah. That like if you would look at all my thumbnails, they definitely stand out.
Yeah. They even have a different kind of like color to it.
Mm-hmm.
This is hilarious. I just click on one of them and did not ask my name, my age.
Oh, they didn't. I
Is
wonder if it
no,
reads you logging it, your logged in thing,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
Because I
Probably
watched
they
someone
saw my
else's age
login
restricted
and
video
then
and it asked me, but that was also years ago,
yeah,
so maybe it's updated, which would
yeah.
make more sense.
I'm pretty sure it saw my profile and be like, "You're old enough to see this." No
No,
problem.
then.
Oh.
Oh, Esther missed the comment. Did you see that
No,
one?
I see it. I saw it. I saw it. I just decided not to make a comment about it.
She was waiting for the comment.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let's keep the comment.
I think if I um didn't age restrict the videos, maybe they would do better
Hmm.
because they are technically unboxings and unboxings
Hmm.
do well. But also,
They're on the samey side, yeah.
yeah, a lot of the unboxings for the stimulant boxes are all on like Instagram and TikTok. They're all
Hmm.
like short videos. There's not much on YouTube actually.
Yeah. Oh, I was just
Oh,
like scrolling through it. I saw the vlog. That's
are you
that's
watching the first one?
that's a significant side of a blog.
Yes, my friend was like, "Oh, that's nice. I don't think I have one that size." I'm like, "Okay."
I'm like, why would you need that size
I was like,
in the
"Here you go."
question?
I was like, "Enjoy."
Damn. I'm like literally like that's that's a size. That's a decision. That is a decision.
Well, you gotta think about it though. That's still not the same size as other things that go in there.
No, but
Because
still a
being that
decision.
I held it, it's smaller than a peen going in there.
Yeah. But it's still a decision because is a plug. It's supposed to
Mhm.
just stay there for however long they again decide
They
to
they
have
decide that they
it. Has to be a decision.
yeah, yes, it's true. But it was very nice
Oh,
material. Like it felt like it would be like sensitive for skin, like nice on skin.
mm, yeah.
Uh, she says, "No, I meant the one where I said I
Um,
never owned one."
on what?
A vibe.
A toy?
Yep. I was waiting for the
Oh,
shock. I get
no.
shocks from anyone I tell that I've never owned one before. I mean,
Not a lot of
I
people own them.
not a lot of people own them. There's still a lot of shame in having and owning toys, even though it's a
Mhm.
huge industry in and of itself. And people in
Yeah.
partnerships have shame about toys, whether you use them separately or together.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which is something I did like about this box and her views and her points and stuff like that. Um, but like for me personally, like the journey of buying my own toy was very liberating to like shrugging off the like stigma of the church and like how church viewed sex and stuff like that and how I viewed myself. So
Yeah. 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 I do I remember when I bought them? I don't know. It was just like what I this is the Aries in me. I do things just out of spurt of the moment and it's just a carry on. So
yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's how I was just like I bought the first one, then the
yeah,
second one. I remember now I don't remember the company, but there is a company that they do um like monster inspired
yeah.
ones, and I'm like I'm so
That's my limit.
tempted. I'm like I'm
Well,
so
some of them are.
tempted but also so intimidated.
Yeah. I will go into Spencer's at the mall to just look because I think it's interesting what they have in stock or like what they choose to show at least.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, there's always a now, especially now, there's even more of like a monster category or section
Oh
in the back of
wow.
Spencer's. Yeah,
Yeah. I we don't have any Spencers anymore. They close here. But there's still plenty of like Adam and Eve style
yeah. We
adult
have
shops.
a sex store here that I want to go to, and I just haven't gone to because it's still too slight. Like even for me, I'm like still slightly intimidated to go to like an official store, even though from what
Hmm.
I've heard, they're like nice and great and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Because of course, the people that work there are nice and amazing and positive and
Hmm.
everything.
And reassuring. They're used to like the regulars and the new people.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, open to like
I
share, not sharing, but educating and
hmm
rooting for you.
yeah. I also had to like think, I'm like, now I'm back living with my mom, and her age is that generation that is like very prude and
Mm.
all that. I'm like, I may not be uncomfortable, but she might be uncomfortable that I have. I'm just like, do I want to deal with that?
I'm surprised how many toys are still kind of loud. Like not loud loud, but like make
Mm,
an audible noise, because usually one of the first questions when you're reading comments
yeah.
in descriptions for toys is how loud. And
hmm
some websites literally have rankings now of like from very loud to soft, so that you know what you're getting, just in case you're in a
Yeah.
situation where you need a quiet toy.
hmm I look out on my first one. That thing barely makes any noise. So I'm just like, it's okay. We're good.
We're fine.
She also is now with age is hard hearing, so
That's
works
nice.
works on my favor.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Just
So
wait for her to go to sleep. Like parents do. The reverse.
mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember my sister getting old enough, and what's really weird, and this is where I think the prudeness of toys is very prevalent, because like me and my sister can talk about and make sex jokes and we're fine.
hmm
And when she had more steady partners, she was willing to talk to me and ask questions and stuff like that. But the first time I brought up a toy to her, she was like very uncomfortable talking to me. And I'm like, I feel
hmm
like this shows that difference, where she's like, to a limit, okay, talking about actual intercourse and stuff,
hmm
but a toy, oh my god, no. Like, and I'm like, I feel like, not that I think any of it should be shameful, but I'm like, shouldn't the act be
Yeah.
more shameful than having a toy? Like,
Yeah. And also it just like a lot of like this mentality of lacking. Like if you're using a toy is because if you have a partner they're not doing their job,
mm,
or if you don't have a partner it's the problem of you having a sex toy, the reason why you don't have a partner. It's just like it is like almost any adult tool. It's there to enhance
yeah,
and to make things easier.
yeah, to
So
make
it's
it
like
easier, to make it better for you
fun.
personally, or just doing things like, did you ever read You Had Me at Hola by Alexis Daria?
I have it kind of like in the middle. It's one of the books that I think I stopped for something and have not come back.
They have positive interactions with sex toys in there, in that book.
Ooh.
And it it was eye opening here, because I was listening to the audiobook, hearing them
hmm
talk about it and how they used it in the book, and I'm just like, yes, this should be normal. This should
Yeah.
be, yes.
Nice. Nice, nice.
Technically toys are outlawed here in, I have heard that, but since they are historically a medical device, they can be sold under that illusion.
I
That stuff's just gonna
I
get
don't
worse
want to.
too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna even ask how they were medical devices. I just don't want to know.
You know probably why that started. The
Don't want to
men
know.
wanting their fleshlights. I bet you. I can bet you like
Yeah.
80% that some man needed a fleshlight. So they're like, it's a medical necessity. Because that's always why there's an exception to something, especially if it's sexual, because a man needed it. So they're like, oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. So,
But I heard about the like some states outlaw or like certain reasons because of the stuff with St. Martin's Press in that box. I don't know if you heard about that.
I heard about the box. I don't know. Um, yeah, I heard about the box and I was just like, okay, that's
Yeah.
just that's weird. That's definitely
Yeah.
weird.
There should have definitely been a like, are you okay with getting this? Because like with the
Yeah,
stimulant box, you're choosing like when you buy it, you can get something without a vibe or get something with a vibe.
yeah.
And last year's box, you actually got to choose what type of vibe you wanted. She went
Right.
she it was last year's was very much an extended, like lots of options. But there that whole
Nice.
idea of like you are consenting to, yes, I would like a vibe in the box, please and thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Well, we have a spirit because we talked long enough.
We love a spit. They've been meditating for a while.
It's a dog with butterfly wings.
It's kind of cute, but kind of strange at the same time.
Flutter frog. That's the like cute, weird abomination kind of things.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. Flutterfrog has nope words. Flutterfrog have round, pudgy bodies and tiny butterfly-like wings. Their wings can barely support their attempts to fly, but that doesn't stop them from trying their best. Their stretchy forms can hold an abundance of spirit energy, making them popular choices for witches looking for a familiar. In fact, if they are able to reach a peaceful state of mind, their innate energy helps them float gracefully. Unfortunately, this only lasts while in a trance-like state. Ever since I found out that flutter frogs from other regions have their own distinct wing pattern. Oh, that's cool. I've been sketching each different design as I come across them in my travels. I'd love to be able to catalog them all one day. That's cute.
That's cute. That's actually cute. Kinda nice. Samantha, go.
It's a froggy, fairy frog thing.
Mm.
Yes. All right, thing. Be careful.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Let's see. Let's do another 20.
Okay. I was hoping you will say that.
Let's pick a different activity. Now that we've collected the two new things. Wait, is that the actual size? For what? The actual size for what, JC? I can't read through a chapter in 20 minutes. Really? What were you talking about? Size of what? I'm confuzzled.
She might be watching one of your
Oh,
unboxings.
watching the video. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we can type now on here. That's new. We'll type. Oh, let me put it back tonight because I like the nighttime.
Oh, look at the moon. That's pretty.
I'm gonna put some typing sounds. That's small. LOL. She says small.
I mean, they're bigger. They're bigger.
I've seen really big ones. It's so tiny. Ooh, ooh. But JC, also, that goes in the back, not in the front. Just to make sure you understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let's do 20 minutes. Oh, wait. I had a feeling.
Yeah. I was like,
I mean, there are front plugs. Those do exist, but that one was a back plug.
Yeah.
I do not have experience with it. Yeah. And I would say that's more of a toy than a vibrator. But yes. Yeah, at the back. That's why I give it to a friend. So that he could use it, but got ya, yes. Okay, now starting 20 minutes. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, all done.
That was fast.
That one did feel a little bit faster than last time,
Yeah.
but it's fun.
I yeah. I once again had a long discussion with Sam.
Oh no.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's because she's not used to me being available this late. Like she knows I'm awake. She can hear me in my room, like watching
But you're in the
YouTube or something
office.
like that. But I am in the office with the lights on, with music, the computer's on. In her mind, like she's writing, she should be available, and it's like she wants me to follow her to drink water. She wants me to follow her to see her eat, and I'm just like, all of this, you don't need to be doing this. You should be sleeping. You should be with my mom sleeping.
Child, leave me alone.
It's like I was constantly like, go, go. Oh, I did manage to write, but it's like, come on, girl, sleep in peace. But no, 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 no.
Ugh, I wrote a little bit more. I almost wrote a page in this chapter. So
Nice,
this new chapter I started.
nice. I think I'm getting close to finishing chapter episode 43. I think so.
Yay.
I don't think I will be writing 44 tonight.
Mm.
'Cause I'm
Oh, that
not,
reminds me.
I did not on the mood. Not in the mood.
That reminds me. I gotta remind Bungle to read the next chapter.
Hmm. Yeah.
Uh, it's aw, Sam. I almost forgot. No, I almost finished reading through another chapter. It's a short one, but that still wasn't enough time. Sorry, JC.
Just keep on reading.
Yep.
Do like I do when most of the time when we're backstage, sometimes I do it live. Like I will just be like,
Oh yeah. I've seen it.
and I'm like here
I've done
working
that. I've done
away.
that before too. While you guys are still talking, I'm like, no, I'm gonna just keep writing.
Yeah. And definitely when we're backstage and they're like, they get into like a rant of something that I'm not interested about. I
Hmm.
just like mute the entire window and just keep working. And then you see them on chat in all caps, Esther, Esther, and I'm like, I'll mute. What? They're like, did you mute us again? Yeah.
Yes. Awesome.
Um,
Oops, not the one I wanted. Oh, I'm still reading. Dolores, this is why she never knows when we're talking to her.
yeah.
Yeah. But again, you guys get so much work done, and I'm just like, I don't know how.
Now you know. We ignore each other. I mean, you can definitely, when I do that on live, you can definitely tell that I'm like nodding as if I'm paying attention, but I am not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if they ask me something, I'm like, what?
Yeah, and then everyone's like, she's not paying attention.
Yeah. And like read the question is on chat or something. I'm like, oh.
There'll be periods of silence. Yeah. I mean, I figured that. But just in general, all of you guys do, I swear, so much work. And I'm just like, how? How is this possible?
Those periods of silence are not that long. They think they are, but they're not. Unless
JC says
someone
otherwise.
unless someone says we're going to like all of us get to work, that's when everyone mutes themselves and get into work. So, but if like there's no like someone saying, okay, we're just going to work, it's like there is like a 15 to 30 minute silence, and then someone says something, and a conversation starts. And then again another 15 to 30 minutes. The silence are sprints.
The silence or sprints. There you go. Esther saying, I mean, not Esther. JC is saying that you make everyone want to talk.
I'm ignoring you guys. How am I going to make you want to say?
But maybe the longer periods of silence are when you're not there. Hmm?
It could be.
There has literally been an hour or more with just silence.
I mean, probably that's something that happened like at 3 or 4 a.m., which I'm just like fast asleep.
I would not know because I'm not present for these. You make us want to talk because we like our Esther time.
Oh.
You're fun. It's all your fault. It's your fault, not all. I don't know why I stuck an all in there.
What can I say? That's again why I mute them.
Yeah. I have my girls shopping right now for their fancy dinner. And I'm just like, the one thing I don't love is describing clothes. So I feel like I don't describe them well.
Do I don't, unless the clothing is not like I needed to like signify um a season or like the status of a
Mm-hmm.
dinner, like the occasion, the event, things like that. I don't really put too much emphasis on clothing.
I enjoyed describing the clothes that Oveja wore in the main
Mm-hmm.
Project Blasphemy because I was putting her in things that I was like, oh, they're from off world. They're from like her travels in the solar system.
Yeah.
Because she like predominantly lived on the space station around Jupiter. She considered
Mm.
that her home. So like I decided to choose how would that planet's fashion be. So I like describing
Mm.
that, but it's kind of like I made it up. So it's like there's no rules.
Yeah.
It's my rule.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this one, like I picked out a dress that I found on Pinterest. And I'm like, I
Mm-hmm.
have to describe this now. And I instantly I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
I mean, it took me a while, but I did settle on a description, and I think my editor commented saying that that was like a pretty description. Cause it's they meet again like in a function event
Mm-hmm.
kind of situation where like there's a lot of people with money, um, there. So she is wearing a heart-shaped ball gown that is black and sparkly, and it's just like very stunning and kind of like in your face. And I think the description I settled with was like she was wrapped in was it dark sky and stars, something along that line.
Oh, you
Uh
went whimsical with the
and
description.
yeah. And I'd struggle. Like I literally was like the photo inspo on Pinterest on one window and my document in the other, and like how? How do I concisely describe
Describe
this?
this.
Because
Yeah.
this is a man's POV, because that's what I'm
Ah,
like. And a man is not gonna be like, it's a heart shaped necklace with like a body stub and a tall
unless you were writing like a
skirt.
non-binary mask or like a gay man.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, no. Like a cisgender guy, it's not gonna notice that.
yeah,
But a man in love will get a little poetic,
yeah.
and I can get away
Magic
with him
will
saying,
dust
yeah,
around.
yeah, I can get away with him saying that she was rapping Night Sky or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like I just describe what it is, and I'm just like, I know that's not how you're supposed to. Like, this is not a
Mm,
manual. Like,
yeah, that's true.
I'm not into fashion enough to describe clothes. Yeah.
Mm,
And the problem is I
I'm
do
not
this
into
to
fashion.
myself because I'm purposely making this dinner and like what they're wearing a big deal. I
Mm.
could just not have that, but I've made that a big deal. The
Are
self problem.
the dresses kind of like in a way that you can describe them as like something else?
Maybe because this is where they're like harkening off each other.
Mm,
So like the Antichrist is gonna wear something a little bit more covered and more like it's still gonna be sexy, but more like conservative, but not.
mm-hmm.
And then the second coming is she's gonna wear something very more revealing and sexy, but that's still like um what is the word I'm thinking of? I don't want to use the word conservative, but I can't think of the other word.
Like
But yeah,
traditional,
no, not traditional, but something more elegant. There we go. That's the
modest,
word.
okay, elegant.
Yeah. And it's that idea of like opposite, like for each other, like showing that like
Mm-hmm.
making making a effort.
Mm,
Let's see. I can be looking at an outfit and still won't know how to describe it. Yeah. Yeah. Like if I witnessed a crime and the police were like, "Can you describe to me this person that did the crime?" I'd be like, it was a man." That's it. That's all you're getting from me. I don't know anything else. Okay, I finished the chapter. That's 3 chapters I've read through today. Now to get a few words in the short for Betty. Yay!
nice.
Yay. See? You got it. It was good.
You can just be the white noise at the back.
Mhm. You know, though, everyone talking about all their secret projects and
Mm-hmm.
watching Dee do her Patreon stuff, I'm just
Mhm.
like, I keep getting random ideas for like a third name. I'm like, no, 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 no.
No, I am telling you, as someone who has three names, no, don't do it. Do it. Don't do it. Like I am trying to get things like done and wrap up so I can have more time because I don't think I told you. I don't know if I think I mentioned it somewhere, but I don't remember. Um, with Las Musas, they do Las Hermanas mentorship.
Hmm.
So I did apply and I didn't get it, but an author that was not in the mentors list offered me a partial critique.
Oh wow,
And I have it, they send it, and I haven't been able to go through
through it.
the yeah, through it, because again, I have so many things to do for Sally, and I'm trying to wrap up Marina and start Karina's story, and it's like, how, when?
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I also like, need to really get a freaking book out to query because Trap Up is very slow. So the longer I take, the longer it's gonna get when I get to that
Oh
side.
yeah.
And it's just like,
The
so yeah,
video I'm
no.
gonna post the for this month's video is
Mhm.
is it's a chaotic thing when I was editing it, and um I have that conversation with myself too, because that was when I still thought, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna finish Project Aztec Deathlove before I get to Project Blasphemy. And
Mhm.
besides my like life blowing up right at from like February till like beginning May when I got sick, besides that part, that struggle I was having with the book, I was like, nope, yeah, nope. But I think I mentioned it like twice in the video, in the like updates in the vlog, where I'm like, I need to have something. I can't do anything if I don't finish this.
Mhm. Yeah. And I've been so tempted because I have worked on this book for so many years. There's been
This is
like
the
three to
K-pop one,
four
right?
rewrites. Yeah, there's been like three to four rewrites. I'm just like, I'm getting into that portion that I'm just like, I want to move on, regardless if it ends up being the book to query.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I was like, just go through the feedback and see if that kind of like ignites
Yeah, it
again
helps.
the love. Yeah. If it doesn't, then move on. Because again, this is what I would love, especially for Trap Up, and also for Andy, but for Trap Up. Just because the book did not reach query or submission or anything like that doesn't mean you cannot go back to it and rework it or revamp it and for it to come out. Like there's plenty of authors who have gone back to their
Mm.
trunk novels
Or
and make something out
cannibalize
of it.
a book too. Like Michelle
Yeah.
Schusterman said that.
Yeah. Like where is it? Here. I knew oh sorry Sam. Because I followed Susan for so many years. This was a book that she couldn't like find an agent. She found it with her steampunk zombie trilogy. Uh and I think she did also try to like go on submission for this, and still did not work. Years later, like her trilogy is done, she's almost done with the Wishlands. Bam! It comes like it's the
Yeah.
time for it.
It's a time.
Cause a lot. I think that the years that she tried, like contemporary fantasy, wasn't really popular. Like people got like was burned out of it. But then couple of years back towards now, people are looking for that. So
Well, I know urban fantasy blew up, and then it kind of like everyone was like, "No more urban fantasy," and then
yeah,
contemporary fantasy came out, which was pretty much is the same thing, just new
yeah,
name.
same thing. Yeah, they just they rename it for crap up.
Yeah. No, I am thinking about that when it's time for me to go back to doing the trad pub stuff. I've been
Mhm.
noodling it, and I'm thinking about going a different way around it instead of doing the stories of the mythology like I want.
Yeah.
I had an idea of doing like a sports romance series
Hmm.
where I'm taking the the ball game that they played in Mesoamerica, the Aztec ball
Hmm.
game, and being like, oh yeah, that came back in the future, like still in the future in the same world, so that I can go
Yeah.
back around and try and do the mythology stuff.
Hmm.
Because I still want to. I still want to do
Yeah.
that. I I hate that there is no information on the gods of death, and that's really what's hard.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
I don't want to just make a like a Hades and Persephone story because it's like no different gods. Like
Yeah.
so, I'm like maybe I'll
Yeah.
just I'll bring to life this old game in the future.
Hmm.
Adjust and rules and whatever. I'll do a whole sports romance thing maybe, and then come
Yeah.
back.
That sounds cool. I have a couple of if I want to stay contemporary YA, I have a couple of options. If I want to go more like fantasy, I do have a possible option that if I it's just by the time that I'm done with it and it goes in query, probably Dark Academia is already done. Um, because it kind of like has that vibe.
Yeah.
But it's also a boarding school, and boarding school never go out of style.
Is that one you did the
And then
video on?
I think that was one of the options for one of
Okay.
the plotting books videos that I was doing.
Maybe that's the one I voted for, and that's why I'm remembering it.
Probably. Because there was the circus one, then there was the like Dark Academia boarding school meets Rebelde, which is the Mexican telenovela. And the third option was a fantasy with godlike powers teenagers.
Oh no, I voted for
Which,
the godlike powers.
yeah. Because if I want to go like fantasy, that will be
Yeah.
one of the options. But again, I'm just like, just go through the feedback, assess what you're feeling, then move on.
Yeah.
Either move on to finish revisions again or move on to something else. Because it's just like, if I keep waiting, just like the wait line and luck will get longer and longer.
Yeah. But it will be there. It will be
Yeah.
that's a rational. I had a whole like conversation in that video about why I was freaking out and my feeling of like Latin books being a fad, and I'm like, nope, I'm just breeding into that
Mm,
negativeness. And I'm like,
yeah.
it's not a fad. It will be there when I'm ready because we
Hmm.
deserve to have the space. So
Exactly. For me, it's more like I ideally I would like to figure out a work schedule that allows me to juggle all three names and not be like create this really well oiled machine between these two names and then have it to screech out to a halt to include a third one.
yeah,
And I'm just like, I need to, from the very
find a balance
beginning,
somewhere.
find a way to juggle all three balls without none of them falling.
Yeah,
So it's a struggle. So yeah, no. If you don't want to lose your head, your mind, your soul, do not
no,
add another.
no, especially because I'm going to go back to school next year. I'm like, no, I don't have time for this.
Oh wow. What are you gonna go for?
I'm gonna take a medical coding class so that I
Nice.
can start doing that, and um I won't have to be tied to the hospital and the floor anymore. And because
Mhm.
I don't care if my license expires, I'm like, I don't want to take care of people anymore.
Nice.
I'm tired of that. So doing this will guarantee that I don't have to deal with that. And a lot of the jobs actually have options to work from home.
Oh nice.
So, and it's a 9-month program.
That's good. That's good. There's been a few because I do work in finance. There's been a couple of times that I'm like, I should just get at least an associate degree. And then I'm like, no, Esther, you really hate numbers. Like, you do this job because you know how to do it. And like,
Yeah.
you're very familiar with it. But you get out of there with like a headache and like,
Mm,
done, 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 done. To have to study? No, 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 no.
yeah, no. And I'm not getting an associate's. I'm just going to do the class to get the certificate or the
Mhm.
license. I forget which one it
Yeah.
is. Um, because I'm like, I don't need another associate's. I have one already
Mhm.
that I technically don't even use. I'm like,
Well,
I
that's
don't need
like my
another one.
degree. I don't use my degree really. I mean, I use it for myself. Like, people always like, how do you come up with all of these ideas and this and that? And I'm like, well, I spent a lot of money for an advertising degree. Might as well at
I'm one of
least
those
use it
people.
for
I'm like, oh
myself.
my god, I can't think of anything. I literally was having a conversation with Dee about that, where I'm like, I make stuff for Instagram and think they're garbage and throw it away, and she's like, no, just post it. I'm
Mhm.
sure somebody will like it. She's like, it just looks like it to you.
Yeah, I think was it the other day or a couple of days ago? Um, I was having a conversation with JC about marketing and graphics and what to do, how to promote, all this sorts of thing. And I was just like spewing ideas and going to Canva and like showing you can do this and you can do that. She was like, can you send me that? And I'm like, okay. Like even today, I think she sent me last night an email. I wasn't able to see it until like later today. And I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, also an email I attached another graphic. You can do something like this. And it was just a graphic. And it's like again, people
Friday, it
are
was
like,
Friday.
wow, Friday.
Rapid.
Yeah,
Also, welcome back, thing. Glad you got home safely.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
like
I was watching my quarter 3 stream, and Tiffany and I went into a long conversation about marketing and copy and all of that. And I was like, this is so interesting and so engaging. And then I'm like, some people are like, can they just shut up? We don't get it. Like, I legit people think like this two are crazy.
it was false advertisement, but it was also great information.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. My brain thinks that way. I mean, it's just like I tell people it's just like a residue of 5 years of studying.
Which is
It's
good though.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
I mean, and at least you have like an actual like degree that is
mm,
beneficial and you like and stuff like that. Because my associates is just a general associate. I just have
mm,
a liberal arts associates because it was going to help me transfer to university for nursing school. Like that's all I was.
yeah,
And then I have a certificate, a license, and an endorsement to work at the hospital.
mm,
So because
yeah.
God forbid anybody make a decision on what our titles and things are that we need to have to work.
That is crazy. That is legit crazy.
Oh, Dolores, I get Esther to approve my graphics. I don't know. I'm attempting to post things under the Serapia Instagram because I'm like not that I really had anybody
Okay.
reading on Kindle. I mean not Kindle, on Vela, but I'm like I technically now have to work more to get people to Ring
Mm,
to read it. Versus in theory, I could just continue to have been passive and maybe somebody would have read it on Vela. But I also
that's
hate that
true.
the first 10 chapters were free. And I'm just like, no. Me as someone who's publishing slowly, it's no, I'm not getting anything out of it. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
And then well, you're the
it's
only one that
hard.
reads it on Kofi, so I only have you. That's it. And well, Bungle is the alpha reader, but it's the one
Yeah.
that makes sure that it makes sense at least before I post it. I know you're following me because you followed me for Maria, however you.
Yes. Yes. I do follow your Instagram. I was looking at your Instagram.
Oh, my pictures.
Yeah. I was like, I the only comment is like the same thing I told JC. It's the branding. Like, just
Yeah,
define it and stick to it. And then you
I
can
don't know.
do, I mean, your name and your like the icon on your
My logo,
Instagram has
yeah,
very specific, like those is that's your logo, those are your colors.
that's true. My I'm gonna post something that does the like cover with the trophy thingies, and
Mm-hmm.
I do have some of my colors in that. So
And on some is in the middle, and I don't know where I can put my legs. She's being very needy today, and I just cannot.
she's volunteering to be your footrest.
See, I'm like, well, the moment that I rest my legs on her, she just goes.
Exactly. There
Um,
you go.
I would have loved to have Sam when I was in Virginia, cause like she's so warm. I will have pretty much just like sneaking my at
Your
least my
feet under her.
toes.
Yeah.
Just my toes will be perfect. It's just like so warm. It's great.
Oh yeah. When I used to this older couple, we used to watch their dogs,
Hmm.
which they were in some videos, I think, like really early vlogs, um, a couple of times. Uh, there were like four little dogs that were very much used to sleeping with their owners.
Yeah.
And at some point it was really like me just watching them, and my husband sometimes was with me, but my sister went to college, so she stopped coming over to the house to help me watch the dogs. All four of them in the bed with me because they always left for the summer. So hot. So hot. Like
Yeah.
the AC was on, the fan was on in the room that was like pretty much my room. um
Hmm.
so hot. All four of them, especially
Yeah.
uh the three boys constantly wanted to be like right on me. And I'm just like, guys, you're hot. Like, stop.
It's like, come on.
It's still like
You're
95 and outside at midnight, please.
yeah. Yeah, no. Like I think there was one winter that got into the negatives, and I was just like, no, no.
Oof. I can't imagine that.
And
I can't
like
even.
I think I did have one time my pipes frozen. But I think that was a night that it was in single digits, but not negative.
Mm.
And I was like, but I pay my water bill. And I called my landlord. He's like, did you left your heater, your calefactor on? I'm like, no. He's like, there we go. I'll defrost it. And I'm like, should I? And he's like, okay, you're from Puerto Rico. You don't know anything about winters.
Oh,
Let's
that's so
run through the
sweet.
list of He's like, let's run through the list of all the things you had to do during winter so you don't deal with this again. He's like from the heater to the living like a single dot
Yeah.
dropping
Hmm.
on the tap. Like so many things. So many things. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like what the heck?
For like especially at my parents' house because they live a little bit higher.
Hmm.
Um, there's like a couple weeks to like 3 weeks between like Christmas to Martin Luther King Jr. Usually
Hmm.
around there where we get really cold and like it could possibly freeze just because we live
Hmm.
like higher. But in high school, there was um, this random like hard freeze that took over not just us up here, but like in the valley too.
Hmm.
And pipes burst all over the
Oh wow.
area. Like here, even us who are like a little bit more used to possibly having freezes because we're a little bit higher. But in
Hmm.
Tucson, like the proper city of the valley, yeah, there was schools got canceled because there was no water because pipes busted.
Oh wow. That is
Yep. And
crazy.
there was actually snow in the valley too. Like it was a really random, like fluke crazy thing.
That is crazy. Snow in the desert.
Hmm. It's
That is
I
strange.
have seen snow 4 times. Like
Mm.
um where I live, and I don't know how many times actually within the valley it has snowed, but like up here I think it's been like four or 3 times.
Wow. I remember the first year that I was in the US. And this is what I remember, why I remember, because it was like the first holiday, the first Christmas, and it was a white Christmas.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, this is so memorable. Like the first actual holiday here, and it's the classic white
Yeah, yeah,
Christmas
yeah.
thing. I was like, that's nice. And a lot of my friends were like so excited. They were going outside to see the snow and like play. And I was just like here looking at them. And they're like, "Are you not gonna like?" I was like, "This is not my first time seeing snow, like snow falling, snow on the floor."
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, you're a body pooper." I'm like, "I'm not stopping you guys. I'm just
You
not
can go.
joining." Yeah, you can enjoy it. I'm not joining because it's not magical anymore for me. That years ago, because one of my trips to New York happened when they were having a snowstorm.
Mm,
So, like, there was snow
yeah.
everywhere. Like, everywhere. It
I
was crazy.
the snow that has fallen has never been like great snow
Mm.
for us. I think the very first snow, which I so vaguely remember, because I was really little, and it happened on Easter. My dad said it was like a
Wow,
random Easter snow.
that's late.
Um, I think that was like the only like really good snow that was like more classic snow. It just wasn't a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But the other times I do actually remember snow, it's always been very little and um becomes like hard very quickly, and it's just like
Mm.
not not worth it.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
if I go
pretty.
up into the mountains, because there's mountains surrounding us, I couldn't we
Mm-hmm.
can't I can't have like real snow higher up,
Yeah,
but I've just never gone. Like it's too cold.
you're like too cold and I'm too lazy.
Yep. What's gonna happen is eventually, because we've talked about it, we're probably gonna go see my husband's family in Maryland, and because of my asthma
Mm.
and how my lungs have been the last few times we've traveled, it's gonna be best to go in the winter so I can breathe.
Yeah,
I'm gonna probably get my first real like white snow then when I go there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because that entire area gets snow.
Yeah. Oh, every time he calls to like wish them Merry Christmas and stuff like that, at this point, his mom knows that I'm gonna ask, "Is it snowing?" Because I just want to know if they have snow.
Macy's like, don't count on that. You guys get snow. It's not like a lot of it. We're not talking about like
It
feet,
doesn't snow here
but
nearly as much as it used to. That, yeah, his mom has told me that because she lives in Rhode Island now.
hmm,
That they, yeah, I feel like later and later, or earlier, I guess, whatever. But the beginning of the year, it gets later that
hmm.
she's saying like, "Oh yeah, it snows," or it's like not staying as long. So
Oh wow!
still better
So
than me.
from Maryland, she went up to Rhode Island.
Yeah. Well, no, she
Interesting.
actually lived in St. Louis for a little bit. That's where I first met her. Was when
Mm,
she was living in St. Louis, and
mm.
scared the shit out of her because I couldn't. It was in the summer, and I was struggling.
With
I couldn't breathe.
allergies.
No, not allergies. The humidity. Like I just couldn't breathe.
Uh, oh right, you're used to like dry
Dry.
heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I the only time that I experienced dry heat when I went to Chile a lot of a long time ago. Because they're the southern hemisphere, so we went early January, so they
Mm-hmm.
were getting out of winter to spring,
Uh,
and it was so dry. Like, no, like not only we have to deal with like 7 p.m. and it was like light as 3 p.m. We were like so disoriented because we were legit like the organizers were like, you gotta get ready for dinner. And we're like, dinner?
it's a
Look at this, and it's like 3 or 4 p.m. They're like, it's past 7. And we will look at our phones or like clocks, and it was past 7, light as 3 p.m. It was horrible. And on top of that, it was like dry weather, like no
yeah.
heat at all, not no any humidity at all. Uh, it was like it. It must have felt like people who are not used to humidity felt. It
Mm-hmm.
was like heavy and like stifling, and it's like you feel like a pressure on you. And I'm like, this is probably how people who never had dealt with humidity feel with humidity. Like suddenly they have like a weight that doesn't
Yeah.
let them
Well,
breathe.
I don't necessarily feel like a weight. I just I can feel the like water in the air, like I'm breathing
Mm.
in water, like if I was underwater.
Mm.
And
That's
because when,
interesting.
yeah, I sometimes when we get the monsoon, which now I know is really nothing, but compared to what I
Other
had experienced
places.
before, yeah. But I still say it sometimes here when we have monsoon. I can walk from outside and instantly just be like, there is water in there.
Mm.
Like I can just f- feel it in like my mouth as I'm breathing. I'm like, nope, there is stuff in there.
Yeah, I was just like checking. And I'm like, yeah, 93% humidity. We'll be dying.
Yeah,
Dolores will be like, someone is drowning me.
yeah. I because we went to Maryland for his cousin's wedding. And
Mm.
it was our first trip that we were taking together. My first trip ever, first time on a plane. Like we went
Oh, wow.
in October, and everything was fine. And like I could kind of feel some of the like residual humidity in the air. His uncle was more worried that I was gonna get like allergies because everything was like changing and stuff.
Mm.
And I was fine. And then when we got home, I started to not feel good. And then within like the next 12 hours, I was struggling to breathe and getting sick. And we went to the doctor and I had pneumonia.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And that's when my doctor was like, what most likely happened is my lungs are so used to being dry, I literally drowned in the
Yeah,
humid air.
yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much like someone got soaking wet and just never change and let themselves completely get dry, like the entire
Yeah.
it does the same thing. It causes the same because I had bronchitis a couple of times. One of them, the doctor told me, if you have come a day later, I will have to send you to the hospital for pneumonia. It was like he was like, you're that bad into your bronchitis. And because I had the asthma background, and my asthma affected the
Yeah.
those little things in your lungs. That was the actual thing that affected the asthma. So I'm more prone to get bronchitis, and if I don't treat it in time, I definitely go straight up to
Yeah.
pneumonia. So all every time I got into that is because I got radon and I did not change and I just let it dry on me. So it's pretty much what your lungs went through.
Yeah. Yeah, no, my because I still remember him telling me this, my pediatric pulmonologist. He as I was getting like into middle school and I wasn't getting as sick as often, and we were like weaning me off of meds to see if I could get off of them.
Mm-hmm.
My lungs are actually damaged from my asthma to a certain
Mm,
degree. And he was like, you are good now because you've grown into your lungs and the damage, and your
yeah.
body's just used to living in this. But
Mm-hmm.
if you get sick, it is going to be bad. You are never going to not be able to not be okay. And yeah,
Yeah.
anytime I have gotten sick with like the simplest cold, or if my allergies just go a little bit out of control, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm sick for well, and like in May when I got sick, like, and I was sick for 3 weeks. So
Yeah. Like
like
I
I just
got
can't be
sick.
easy.
Yeah, I got sick at the end of July and I was like, I have to. And I still was sick for 2 weeks. um, and I went ham on it. And I was like, I started with like just like pills, but I quickly learned that I just need to go straight forward to liquid medicine.
Hmm.
It's just easier, it's faster, it's 10 times more effective because if I'm the kind of person who gets a cold. If I don't do about anything about it in a day or two, you will start hearing the wheezing of the asthma. And then the next day I have bronchitis. And then the next day, if I don't do anything, the doctor is already, okay, I need you to go to the hospital. You have pneumonia. Like in a matter of like a week and a half. So
Yeah.
I get a call and I'm immediately, okay, there's always cold and flu medicine
Yeah.
here. Like
I am
I
very
can't.
proactive. Like the moment I feel something, I'm like, I have a regulated system. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start taking these meds. If they're not
Hmm.
helping, then I start taking these meds to like try and figure out what's wrong before it gets bad.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't get bronchitis when I went to St. Louis to visit his mom, and
Mm,
I just struggled to breathe
yeah.
by the end of the trip. But I
I
didn't
mean,
actually get sick.
I imagine because it's further north and it shouldn't be as humid
Maybe.
as
I don't I mean we were right by
a
the
river.
Mississippi, so she didn't
Yeah.
live that far from the river, so
Mm. Yeah, which that adds a lot of humidity when you're close to a body of water.
yeah, cuz
Yeah.
I almost had a full like episode after we got off of a boat ride. Like we took one of those like
Oh
old
wow.
fashioned like water
Yeah,
boat
the
rides.
wheel. Hmm.
Yeah, because we got dropped off right by the arch,
Hmm.
and I almost couldn't walk back up the stairs to
Oh
get
wow.
to like the main road. Like me and my husband took a while to because I kept having to stop because I was like I can't breathe.
Well, well. I One of the other things I try to do is go to the beach and just like um probably because my body is used to
Hmm.
it. is like breathing into that salty water is does something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's very much probably only works on tropical bodies.
Well, there's like
Because
a
other people will be like, what?
there's like a range. So like actually where Tang says that the dry air triggers her bronchitis. Some people who have, because like asthma is kind of split into two. There are some people with
Yeah.
asthma who need to have dry, and then people with like emphysema need to do better in drier climates. So a lot of people come here. Like actually Arizona is one of the like top states to live in if you have a lung condition because it's dry
Mm.
and it's not as polluted out here.
Mm-hmm.
But
No, I
there
don't
are
blame you.
other um, asthmatics and depending on the type of bronchitis, who do need actually humidity. So like when I was little and I was a baby, I had to sleep with a humidifier because I did
Right.
need humidity. But as I got older, the humidity became a trigger, and
Yeah.
it was not a good thing.
I never got a humidifier because I
We
tend to
wouldn't have
drink a
needed
lot
it.
of water. You will be surprised. It can get dry in this house.
Oh, like inside. Yeah, I guess I could see that.
Yeah. Especially because I'm in a city, so, and I'm like in the city.
Okay.
Um, but my body just solved it with like waking me up and just like I just lean, take some sips of water and go back to sleep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I've also learned I can't
so
go like too high either. Like, um, we went up to Flagstaff when I was in high school. We were doing all the like big colleges in Arizona right before my senior year. And I struggled to breathe up there because the air is thin.
mm,
And it's not like like Flagstaff is high, but it's not that high like compared to um like places in the Rocky Mountains and stuff like that, like
yeah.
Boulder. Like it's
Hmm.
not compared to that, no. But I definitely
But
was
it's still
struggling.
too high for you.
Yeah. Like my lungs are
Wow.
so temperamental, which sucks because I always wanted to travel. And now I'm just like, there are definitely places I'm never going to get to go to. And I'm going to have to go to certain places during very specific times of the year. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that sucks.
Yeah.
2 years I lived in Colorado where we're not the best.
Oh, yeah, because
Yeah,
it's
well,
really
depending
wet.
on where you were at, yeah, there's some dry places there.
Yeah, the dry. Yeah, because they have like wildfire season.
Hmm. Pretty much get to stay living in the South. Yeah, yeah, especially if
Mm-hmm.
the dry air triggers you.
Yeah. But there's sections in Colorado that are kind of like on the hum- humid side. Probably you
Mm,
have to. Well, even if you're like near the mountains, you're still gonna have to deal with wildfires, which makes everything worse.
that's a whole other animal.
Yeah.
No
Mm.
Mardi Gras is for you. No,
Mm. Humidity.
no. I'd probably have to go like in December or like early January when it's colder.
Yeah. And technically, you probably wouldn't. You couldn't go to Florida any time of the year.
Yeah, I've talked about that so much, and I'm just like, I have, I have, uh, I have begrudgingly decided that yeah, I'll just never be able to go,
Yeah, because
especially
it's like
like global warming's making it worse out there. Like, just yeah, just never gonna be able to see Disney World.
well, go to
I've been to Disneyland. Yeah,
Disneyland
yeah,
is it's closer.
yeah. No,
It's
I've been
not
to
the
Disneyland.
same. Yeah, it's not the same, but at least you get
Yeah,
to see one of the Disneys.
but I
I'm
could
just trying to think,
possibly
like,
maybe visit the Asian Disneylands during the
yeah,
winter. So
definitely the Japan one. You could probably go to the France one in during winter time
yeah,
too.
that's what Bungle's husband was saying, that that one would probably be safe for me to go.
Yeah. And because a lot of the things that like Disney Japan has that are going to either Disneyland or Disney World, it's like if you go to there in Japan, it will be like
Yeah,
experience it because they're gonna do the Nintendo World in Disney World. So, and that started in Japan.
yeah, that's true. I can go see Mario World. I go to Japan.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, did they? Because I know Disney Japan has the Tron, the movie Tron ride,
Yeah,
and that looks so
it
cool.
looks so cool, but I would not be able to get on it because it's not very size friendly from what I've
I mean,
seen.
if they do it in Disney World, they probably will have it.
No,
Will size it up.
I saw someone go to like the opening, like they got invited and all that stuff. I've seen the chairs. They're very
Mm-hmm.
narrow.
Hmm. Oh, sucks to be there. They're
Yeah.
not gonna have that many people
Yeah.
because the
Mardi Gras
U.S.
in
doesn't
February
have that many
usually.
ski. But
Yeah,
it's
those are all
still,
the things I have to like. We would have to research heavily to find out like average weather and how is it
mhm.
normally and all that annoying stuff.
Yeah.
Because I can't be, my body can't be easy. I have to always be overly complicated.
Oh, that is funny. Oh,
I really can't go back to Los Angeles, where I'm originally from. Mm, well, if you go, well, I don't know. In Disneyland, it wasn't that bad. And one year we went, I could taste what I assumed was like the humidity from the beach, but it's still not that
hmm.
close. So yeah, maybe not. It wasn't that
Yeah,
bad. And that
because
was in
that cannot be
March.
dry.
That was in March. I've
Yeah.
gone to Disneyland in March and in February. February was better going to
Mm,
Anaheim.
yeah. So probably the thing is with California because they don't get that much rain. That's why it makes it a little drier. Um, but probably you should be fine. Oh, I don't know. Probably late summer, early fall
Yeah.
is when probably the most humid time. I don't know,
Yeah, I
unless
don't
they get
know.
a lot of rain.
It's just becoming less and less.
Yeah. I remember one of the years they were like very worried because the reserves were like really low. You know, like if we don't get rain, like there's not gonna be any water for
This
them.
year we were talking about it because the rain came late. Our monsoon started like 2 weeks late, and
Oh
people we
wow.
were already. My dad was one of those that was not panicking, but like panicking because
Hmm.
it was like if it doesn't rain soon, we're gonna be in trouble, and because it didn't really snow in the mountains that much this year. So
So
all of that
nothing
affects our
melted.
water table. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it happens here too. Like if we don't get a lot of rain, uh, our reserves can go down. We have experienced a few times where we have to like go into like kind of reserving kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't leave any of the like faucets open. You try to shower in like 10 minutes or less or something like
Mm-hmm.
that. You don't wash your car as often. If you have a pool that is empty, you do not fill it. Like so many things. And there's been a few times that everyone is like, can at least a tropical storm like just pass? Just come. Come so we can get the water. Just a tropical storm. Because
Just shop.
usually tropical storms have a lot of water.
We just want a
There's been a
baby to
few times.
come wave at us, and that's it.
Yeah. Just come.
Did you
Cry
ever
all you
read
want over here.
it was a YA book. I think it's called Dry. Let me see. It's about if the drought finally hit California.
No, I have not.
Yeah, it's called Dry. Oh,
It
no,
will
that's
be devastating for the US because half of your food comes from California, if
so
I
that's
remember
the book
the
cover.
cover. Oh, nice.
And it's this girl with her little brother and then their neighbor, and then they pick up another girl along the way, um, trying to just pretty much survive
Hmm.
because literally it's just everyone's just going crazy and people are dying in the streets because they get separated from their parents on accident.
Wow.
So and it was I felt like the reality of that story was very real. Very even to the point of the like fuck up of the government and not like doing enough to try and help people have like drinkable water and how quickly the airlines were
That's
like no more flights and
like
yeah.
they cutting off
Yeah,
that
like
state.
there's like a tiny subplot that's literally just I think 2 chapters where you follow another boy where his mom is taking him to the airport, get him on a plane to send him to his dad because they're divorced to be
Hmm.
safe, and they get to the airport, they get to into the airport, buy a ticket, and as they're waiting, she sees the board just say cancel, 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 cancel.
Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that breaks my heart.
Yeah. And she didn't even go to a big airport. She went to the John Wayne airport, so a smaller one, in the hopes
Hmm.
that they could get out.
Yeah. Wow.
Like that is something they should make a movie out of, because that would be so intense. Like
Yeah.
the drought hits and there's a forest fire happening, and like it's so intense. Like intense YA, that.
Yeah. Wow. Now I have to like check it out. Now like
A
sounds like
million
as
books.
intense of a lot of people are like, oh my god, Hunger Game is so intense and things like that. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, but dry, like you're describing it, and I'm like, dry sounds like in that same vein.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the feelings are there. There's a little bit of jumping to like some random POVs, but you mainly stick with
Mhm.
the girl and her brother and their neighbor, and then the one random girl that they pick up.
Oh wait, Neil Schusterman is one of the authors. Nice. Let
Yeah,
me
and I
see if
listened to it.
there's. I'm like checking if my Spotify subscription has the book. Yes, it does.
Yeah, and the author did some good research in
There's a
like
cast.
like water and how would they get
Mhm.
water and stuff like that.
Yeah. Uh yeah. I was like, wait, he's the author of I mean right now I can think of his Sight, but I don't it's yeah, Sight is to say it's the first book.
Mm.
And everyone raves about that series. I don't remember was it about, but apparently everyone loves it. So probably he's a good writer if so
Yeah,
many people love it.
or at least the story is compelling.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, well, we want to do like a 15-minute final sprint,
We
or do
can.
we want to go?
Either way, however you want to.
How are you feeling with where you were at?
Uh, Story wise or energy wise?
Either. Pick choose.
Story wise, I don't think I will be able to figure out this in 15 minutes. Uh, Energy wise, I definitely should be aiming to get to bed in like 30 minutes.
Okay. So I think we'll just close off, because my next part is needing to like actually try on clothes and describe things, and I don't think I want to deal with that right
We're both avoiding what we
now.
have to write just for different reasons.
Yes.
I'm like, I need to figure this out, but I don't want to figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, oh,
And I have
this
to
is
write in order. I
good.
can't just skip this and go straight to the dinner, because I would like to. But I'm gonna have
Mm,
to describe clothes then too. So it would it still wouldn't be great.
yeah, I could technically skip, but I've been working on episode 43 for so long that I just want to be done with it.
I would
Oh,
also like
this
it.
is yeah. The good amount of people will like for
Yeah.
not
Because
only
you
43
got
but all the other episodes to be out. Oh, okay. It'll get done this year. It'll get done this year. It needs to get done this year. I cannot be writing Marina and Karina at the same time. Be like, no,
You
can't.
had you had your overlap, and now one needs to be done so you can pay attention to the other.
Yeah, yeah.
One needs to leave the
They,
nest.
yeah, and the characters in Karina, and that storyline is a little more complicated. So,
You keep saying that.
like, it's like I read a couple of paragraphs and then I go back to the outline. I'm like, am I still like following it? Because if I derail, it's gonna be a problem.
See, and I just don't outline shit. The closest thing I
Uh-huh.
outlined is there do I need a timeline? Am I having a strict timeline for something? There we go. That's the closest
Yeah.
outline.
See, it's because in Marina I'm dealing with three characters. Even though the POVs are just Karina and the love interest, I'm dealing with three characters, and all of them have their agendas. And there's the romance.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, again, why do I do this to myself?
The very like thinly veiled floating in front of us romance. It's like you're like, oh look, no, you can't touch.
Like there's too much complication. There's too much baggage. You have to like long. There has
They
to
need
be
to
like
just
longish
it
for
because I've been listening to too much
episodes.
Fated Mates on not on
Mm,
repeat, but back to back. They need to in Sarah's words. They need to just danger bang and be done.
yeah, no, no, they're not. I mean, he might be down to it. She will be like, no.
She needs to stop being responsible. I love her. She is my queen, but she needs to stop.
The thing is, like, it's like for Karina, it's not responsibility. It's like almost, it's not hate, but it's hate. And she cannot get over that yet. It's sort of like at the beginning, Marina was like, I hate him. But if there's a small chance that he is, what thing he is, I cannot hate him enough to kill him. Like I can hate him, but not enough. But Karina's like, I hate him enough to kill him. be and like be damned. And I'm like, girl, I need you not to.
You guys
Like
need to
no,
share a
you're
little bit of the hating and equal out, please.
yeah.
No, what I'm not that I only know very little about our witchy story. I'm
Mhm.
very interested in our werewolf alpha queen and whatever her story is gonna be. I
Oh,
don't know anything, and I'm fine with not knowing anything. I just am excited for it. I don't know why, but I just am.
that I'm working on it because I'm still pondering on a specific like team topic I might just tackle with that because there's not that many paranormal stories just in general that has a female as an alpha.
Yeah, yeah, that's not
So
common.
yeah, and not only an alpha, she's the alpha of
Yeah,
all
the
alphas.
alpha of alphas, the queen,
Yeah,
legitimately.
yeah. So that one is at the back. Thinking about it, there's a few options. There's a few paths that I am thinking. have not decided yet. I'm still building the Pinterest board. So that's where I'm like thinking still.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah. I The funny thing is like I'm slowly outlining Karina and writing and all that, and I'm like, okay, I also need to think where I'm inserting things that will happen in Christina's story.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna continue to like zipper all these things together, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm so
because I
glad
am a
I'm not
masochist.
doing that. Apparently, because I'm so glad I'm not doing that because what the prequel takes place. I think I have it taking place like 200 or 100. Like there's a gap
Yeah.
between that
Mhm.
and the main one, and then the main characters Lucien and Oveja are have no problem, no issue in what I'm gonna write for the second one, and the second one takes place with different characters. So it's like
Mhm.
timeline don't matter. Like nothing is going with each other, and the idea I have for a book to be in the same world as Hunger's Desire, again, there's going to be a gap in time. Nothing's going to cross over besides maybe named mentions. Like it's a
Yeah.
whole other story. I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
no.
no, no,
I
no.
had to even go back to read to find where I sort of allude of something so it will make sense in cutting a story. I'm like,
In
I
that
know I
Thanksgiving
alluded.
special or something.
No, it's an actual
Oh, is
episode.
it an episode? Okay.
Yeah, it's an actual episode where like how far are you like completely
I'm
caught
up to
up?
date. Yeah. Yeah, I've read
Okay,
everything. I'm just waiting.
okay. So right now I'm just blinking on the episode. It's like in the 20s episode, I
Okay.
think. I don't remember if it's 24, 25, or 26, something like that. I'd have it I wrote it down. Where there's a conversation between Marina and Christina about kind of like a time gap where they don't know where Karina is at. They're not exactly sure where she went
Yes,
and what she did.
I do remember them saying that. Yeah, yeah,
So I was like, okay, now we know where she went and what she did.
yeah. Okay.
But I was like, I know I mentioned, I didn't say where she was. I just alluded that she was somewhere that they just don't know.
Mysteries
And
happened.
that, yeah, they're like, what the heck? There's a gap of time that no one knows. And it's like, this is where it happens. So I had to like hunt that down, and that was just like a short conversation. I'm like, I know I wrote it, I just don't remember where.
That's
So
so
I was
great.
like
Like
scrolling and reading.
that's that's like intense, like if super important when I was just thinking about, oh, because I now have two bracket story ideas to make
Hmm.
this into a bigger thing, and I just wanted to like uh thread in references to
Hmm.
the prequel and just set up the end of the book to make the third book or the second book make sense. And
Hmm.
I'm like, that's nothing compared to like you have like lore already set and then trying to write more and you're like, wait, I don't want to fuck up the lore. What was I know there was a thing, but I don't remember what the thing is.
Yeah. And I'm like, and this is why I need to finish Marina, because again, the ending of Marina shows up in one of the episodes of Karen. And I'm like, I need to write it in this POV first to actually know how much. Karina was involved, so I can actually
Yeah.
write her POV in her story. Uh, I'm just like very ready to be done with the overlapping episodes. And I'm probably gonna be in this position when
I was
I
gonna say
am
you're
writing
already planning to do it
Christina's
again.
story. Yeah.
You already have plans to torture yourself.
And the thing is, like, I don't have a way not to do it because it has been established that out of the three, Christina is closer to Karina than to Marina. So if there's any overlapping in her story, it has to be with Karina.
Yeah.
It cannot be with Marina. And I'm like, oh, here we go again. Making the same mistake.
You're threading the universe too close together. You know, you
Yeah.
can put space bars between things.
I may put spacebar because there's a couple of like I may want to do like a very short um like a novella or novelette about like Constant and Larissa. Um and there's one of Marina's children that I'm like, well, I want to spend more time with this dude. Um,
The one that made somebody that was super powerful.
no,
Oh, okay.
no, no, it's we met him like very early on.
Oh, in the first
If
house
opera,
or her main house or
yeah,
whatever.
it is his house. It's where she gets the motorcycle to
Yeah, yeah.
follow. Yeah,
Okay, okay, okay. He seemed interesting.
yeah, because he like talks to Marina in a way that you're like, are you allowed to talk to your sire
Yeah,
that
there's some
way?
authority there.
Yeah. So I'm like interested in you. Uh and I am interested in Constance because it's like how did she got the scars that she got?
Oh, I'm
How did
very
she met
interested in that.
yeah, like how did she met Larissa? How did they fall in love? And I'm like that will happen eventually. Don't know when, but eventually. And then this other dude. I don't know if I will do anything with Bianca, which is the newborn
Yeah.
vampire. Because I have to experiment more with Marina's power to know what I could do with
With her.
Bianca's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That makes
because they have
sense.
same powers or
See,
similar
and you're just
powers.
having this whole universe that's serialized story. And I'm just like, I have the one, and then the next thing is gonna be its own book. And if I do another serialized story, it's gonna be something just totally different.
Yeah,
Like
and
I
that's
like serialized story, but it definitely is different.
yeah, yeah. And I mean, I definitely, that's one thing. I have so many other stories already, like, not outlined per plan. And this is why I'm like, I did mention this on this past Freaking Friday stream. When we were talking about like coffee and Patreon, I'm like,
Yeah.
again, I'm like, if you go to my Patreon, you're gonna get a sneak of what's to come. A lot of the projects for Mariah are there.
Yeah. No,
And
I read through all your descriptions.
JC read that and she's like, how?
I thought the exact same thing. She just voiced
She's like,
it.
this is a lot. And I'm like, it's just my mind doesn't stop.
Like I have a bajillion ideas, but I haven't been like, oh yeah, these are concrete ideas. No.
Oh,
You've already like signed, sealed, in blood, dedicated yourself, I feel like.
yeah, there's
Yeah, exactly
I
how.
yeah. I may tinker a little bit with the Wishing Witches, that series. I may tinker with it, but it is funny for the Clarinine inspired vampire series. I
Mhm.
all from the get go was like, it's just gonna be one book. It's just gonna be one book. And there was a night that I just like woke up like
Oh.
at two. Although I find myself asking the question when it goes to a Switzerland. Like randomly, like at 2 or 3 a.m., and I had to open Notion on my phone, and I just like a mad woman, blurbs for 5 books. And I'm like, this is
Uh,
stupid. This is legit stupid.
five.
Five,
Five.
five. I'm like, this is like, I literally, instead of, I usually do that on my notes, but I just like went directly to it, and
I'm
I
like,
outline.
well, no, okay, you know what?
Yeah,
That's a
5.
lie. Mm, yeah,
And
I
I'm
was
just
about to
like,
be like, I've never, and I'm like, wait, no, I have an idea for like a space royalty thing that has the possibility to be lots of books. It depends on how many
yeah,
male consorts I
I
want.
I am not gonna say how many books in the Witches series, because if I tinker with them, there not necessarily will be a book per couple, but if I don't tinker with it, it's gonna be one book per couple, and there are a lot of couples.
Double dates, double dates. You can just do double dates.
Like a lot of couples. All of them are named. All of them I know if they're human or vampire or a witch or a werewolf, or there's some characters that are like otherworldly,
Yeah.
but in like that one is massive too. And I'm just like, mm, this is.
Yeah. You
I
know
tell
what?
myself this is a lot, but I still do it.
I don't know. I like just having I'm so glad that I wrote so much for Hunger's Desire early on,
Yeah,
and then I'm just, you know, in partnership with Bungle pretty much, and on kind of on my schedule but also on their schedule of like when they read to put out.
yeah,
Because I'm like, I think I have 17 chapters written, and I'm
nice.
like, that's still plenty, especially because I'm only publishing once a month. That's like, that's plenty to read through, and I can write the Blast from the Universe stuff, and then probably go back to writing more of that, and
Yeah,
then
that's
I have
why I want to have.
the short series.
Yeah, that's why I want to have like 3 to 4 months of The Wish
But
and
you
Her
publish,
Shadow
well, you like
weekly.
to publish more when you try.
Yeah, because it's just like
Which is
it it
ideal.
it gets more reads on Kindle Vella. Also, I feel like, and this is just me, no one else needs to change their subscription or anything like that. But for the price that I have of my subscription, it makes sense to do weekly. I wouldn't if I up the output, if I do like twice a week, then probably the subscription will go up because it's just like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Um, but for what I price it, I'm like once a week is good. Yeah, I know it's
Yeah,
it's 3:30
yeah,
a.m. for me.
yeah, I'm aware.
I know. I just like to talk.
Yeah.
This is pretty much the same way if I was just in chat. We just keep
It's
talking
just
stuff.
easier to talk.
Yeah, it's easier this way
Yeah.
because Dolores doesn't have to wait for me to type on my phone.
Yeah. Or for me to type and look up a word or something.
Yeah. Oh, that is
Yeah.
so
No,
funny.
I just because I have that, and then I have a book for Hunger's Desire that would be in the universe, but just its own book. But I have an idea for like a space sci-fi royalty thing that would
And
probably
they're
be a
gonna
big
be like,
thing.
they're
That would
gonna
be
be
book.
books.
That would
Okay.
be book. That would
So,
be proper
so
books.
besides Hunger Desire, you don't have any other serialized
Not in that
story?
universe. Because I'm gonna
Oh.
I had started writing something that was going to be
Mhm,
serialized, and then I realized it was too complicated, or to me at least. I felt like it was too complicated to be a serialized story,
mhm,
and that it needed to be its own book. And then I put it down because I had the idea for Hunger's Desire, and I just wanted to
mhm,
write whatever thing.
mhm.
And then I realized
But I
I
mean,
could tie the stories together and just put them in the same universe.
but I mean, I do think if people have ideas that they feel like they need a lot of words to properly tell, probably serialized will be the best way to do
Well,
so.
because it
Because
would be a
technically you can
three.
go on and on
Yeah,
and
that's
on
true.
and on.
Because it's a three-person POV,
You
and
still, you can be
I've
like,
never read one that has more than two. Not
like
that
a
I'm,
serialized.
yeah, not that I read them very often, but the few that
Mm-hmm.
I have, it's always been max two, and this is three because it's a triad.
Mm. Ooh. I mean, it's just, I think probably because we don't see it a lot, it's because, again, like everywhere else in Amazon, romance is what, uh, like overshadowing everything. Um, and that's kind of like the norm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it will be interesting if you decide to do it as if you ever decide to switch it back to a serialized to be like a specific day of the week is when you release a specific POV.
That would be interesting.
And it will be like, okay, this is a Monday because it's this POV, but next week it's gonna be a Wednesday because it's this POV, and next week is gonna be a Tuesday or a Friday or a Sunday because it's this POV. And then the next POV we're gonna back to the Monday one. Uh and it will, I don't know how in Kindle Bella it will do because Kindle Bella likes consistency, but if the releases feel close to each other, even though they're
Hmm.
weeks apart, then to them it feels like you're releasing more often,
Well,
even though it's not really.
if plan works for Hunger's Desire, where I'm gonna keep publishing on Kofi and on
And Reem,
Ream, then when it's done, I'm going to post it how it is on Vela fast, like it wants to be, and
mm,
while it's doing that, rework it so that I can make it into a book or
yeah,
collection, or however best it will be displayed. But
yeah, that's what I was like thinking once Marina is done, probably I will read it again and see where I can kind of like cut it in like seasons of
Mm-hmm.
like their arc and release those as ebooks. And then once it's revised in a novel shape, then I can do a special edition kind of thing. But that requires me to finish it.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah. Because
has to get done.
the other project in that universe, when I stopped writing it, I had been writing it like it was serialized before I decided, oh, this actually is
Mm,
not a good idea. So the first few chapters, because I think I wrote in everyone's point of view at least once. Um, uh, it's still structured like a serialized because I
mm-hmm.
haven't gone back to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the other thing is like if you still want to do that, you can just post it on Ream and Coffee because they don't, especially not Coffee. I don't know how Ream's algorithm is working, but especially on Coffee, it doesn't really matter if every episode is a different POV because there's no way to tell.
Yeah.
And readers
Well,
will know what they're getting to.
once Hunger's Desire is done, I'm going to close down that membership, and anything that's
Mm,
Serapia, it's gonna be on
full on Ream.
um, full on read. Yeah, because I'm just I'm hoping every day that no one reports me on Kofi, because
Mm,
not that I'm necessarily writing anything bad. I mean, he's read
yeah.
like half of what's up there,
Hmm.
but when they redid their terms and conditions and I read it, I'm like, I am writing the line so hard unintentionally. And as it goes further in the story, there is some stuff that is
And like,
like like I might not be on the line, but it's not bad. Which
this
is
company
why the stuff
sometimes.
that's been happening with Reem makes me upset. And like when I'm talking to people on threads and some people are panicking, and I'm just like, and people are trying to jump ship. I'm like, well, what else are we supposed to do? There's literally nowhere else for us to post. Patreon is
Hmm.
hot and cold, depending on who you are. I mean, Katie Roberts been on Patreon forever, and now she's having problems. Like,
Yeah,
so I'm like,
it's hard.
yeah,
I mean, the other thing that I can think of is build it on your own website, which is a lot of work.
a lot, yeah. And I don't want to. I'm like, no, that
Yeah,
at that point, I just restructure it so that it's not serialized at that point, and just
yeah,
gamble
and
with
just
a traditional book, not traditional publishing,
hmm,
but traditional book.
yeah, yeah. Ugh. Hopefully, they will get their ish
Yeah,
together and their life
hopefully.
together.
But
Cause
I did find, and I supported them on Kickstarter, a new writing platform that's coming out called Deckled. So, and I've
mm,
talked to the creator, and she seems really great, and she even like was talking about poetry and wanting it to be open to like any kind of writing,
mhm.
and to for
So
it
it'll
to be
be
safe.
also so it'll be also like a subscription base for authors,
Yeah, yeah.
but
She wants
this
it to be
will
a safe place
all
for,
authors.
yeah, all authors, all genres, and stuff like that. So it sounds it the way she's talking sounds like how Reem was saying to the at the beginning. So
Mm.
We'll see though. They're still
We'll see.
needing more support.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well,
I guess we should
I should
go.
stop. I should stop talking your ear off.
Yeah. My husband's home too now.
Yeah, it's really like it's time. Dolores' time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you want to do an outro or
so
not?
I will be around.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. If you were watching the replay, thank you so much. If you're wanting to hopefully catch a live, make sure you follow and subscribe and do all those thingamabobbies. And I will see you guys on Friday for games, as long as stuff doesn't happen like last week. But I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.